When I was younger, I had a lot of trouble making friends. I have ADHD, and so I was really lonely. And so what I did is I turned to my computer and did what every lonely kid does. Get online, start gaming. A lot of people do it mainly just for the fun of it, or just a distraction, or maybe ranking up. But for me, when I'm gaming, I'm at my most peaceful, and I'm just immensely calm. It helped me make friends, learn how to socialize better, and it just bolstered up my confidence in general. Watching kind of your protagonist overcome challenges, and it made me feel I could overcome my challenges. Now I hope I can make other people feel the same.
Bullying took away some of my happiness and confidence I had in doing several things. One thing esports has given me back is confidence and also a new purpose.
Very passionate individual. Well, you have a very good leader in Ryan King, and it looks like it's that leadership that has that core fundamental for their team.
The purpose esports has given me is bringing people together and forging bonds with each other.
What I got most out of esports was the ability to work better with a team. I was the youngest player and my teammates had no idea. I was afraid if they found out that they wouldn't take me as seriously because I was younger than them.
He's burning down though, and No Name puts himself on the board.
But it gave me a boost of encouragement when I won the first tournament. When I won, I realized it wasn't about my age. It was about my strategy and my ability to think ahead.
For me, one of my biggest struggles has been social anxiety, which for me, and probably most cases of people, is not being able to talk to anyone. Esports has been like an exposure to my fears of talking to other people. And this exposure to my fear, I think, has really helped me get over it.
Wow, Froggy Bunwich, are you kidding me? That damage was absolutely bonkers.
The harder the battle to victory, the more I appreciate the victory. I guess the main thing I'm trying to prove is just that I can.
When I was younger, I always stood in the background, being the emotional and physical support. I never truly felt like I had to step out of the shadows of my peers. Video games had been my only way of showing off my talents and even rise to the same level of others. But now, as I stand alongside my teammates, I'm not just seen as a shadow or simply just background noise. I matter, I'm needed, and I'm here to win.
My name is Tori, but on the Rift I go by Mind Boots. I was marked with names like Freak, Loser, and Idiot, and oddly enough, those are the ones I remember the most because those are the ones that left the biggest mark. That's why I'm on the Rift, to add new marks, ones with progress and strength, instead of sulk and suffering.
In my experience, the biggest struggle I've had is anxiety. It's really easy to focus on the negative, but in our last tournament, I found myself in a leadership position, and we kept winning, and we made it into the finals. Now, I find myself surrounded by teammates with incredible potential, and I'm amazed to find myself to be one of them.
And welcome on in, everyone, to the Ekuso GG 2022 Winter Invitational. I'll be your host today, Schnecky IRL. And today, we all have the pleasure of witnessing the future of America here grow together and develop as individuals and team players through avenue of esports. And what better way to bring you that broadcast than to bring in Rare Adam, esports manager of University of Ottawa, and none other than the owner and founder of Ekuso, Faith. Now, Faith, before we get into today's itinerary, why don't you give us a quick walkthrough on what we can expect to see today from our students?
Yeah, so basically today we're going to have a schedule showing up on your screen. In game one, we have Frost versus Blaze. This is going to be a hodgepodge of students from different schools.
All right.
Oh, one second. I think I'm muted. Okay, let me fix this. All right, so in game one, we have Frost versus Blaze. Basically, this is going to be a hodgepodge of different schools versus each other. It's with an emphasis on balance, so this game should be really quite exciting. It has our tier 1 students, so you're going to see some high-level gameplay. In game 2, we have Sora versus Monroe. These are more of the newer players. They just joined the program, very, very new, low-level accounts. It's going to be pretty exciting regardless. Bloodbath. Game 3, we have Pride versus Old Faithful is another S-tier match. You'll find like hodgepodge again of students from different schools, and again, Bloodbath. Game 4 is Monroe versus Xavier, newer, less experienced students. Regardless, though, it's a school match. There's a lot of pride on the line, and yeah, it's going to be exciting.
If you're excited, I am definitely excited here as well. And I do believe we do have our sponsor, too, to thank for today's games. Apply with Sanity, readable, wise college advice for high school students. And, of course, the awesome adults who care about them as well. Make sure to apply on applywithsanity.com. But in the meanwhile here, Faith, before we get into the games here, I thought it was really cool that we also had the pleasure of getting Adam here, who has also had experience, you know, when it does get past that high school point of esports, it's time to take it to the next level in college here. And I know you have some experience in collegiate as well here. So I first want to go over to Adam here. I mean, Adam, back when you were in high school, man, what was something you were looking out for? Because I don't quite recall very good programs like Ekuso existing back when I was in high school. Yep. I think we have Adam fixing the mic on vMix really quickly here. But Faith, you also had very good experience, and it helped shape you as an individual, you being a part of the 2018 Riot event, which is, you know, pinnacle of esports a few years back.
Yeah, so in 2018, basically after a year of failure, my team qualified for the national championship in 2018. It was really awesome. Like, they flew us out to LA, all expense paid. They put us in a hotel. They put makeup on us. We did these photo shoots. We went on the bright stage, bright lights, the SFX and like the sound settings were awesome. Like Aurelia Q, you could literally hear the blade on the stage. You could feel it like reverberate. It was really cool. And yeah, it was just a special experience. But Adam, I think your mic is working now. Can you give me a little?
Yeah. Hopefully, I hope it's working now. But yeah, I mean, to follow up on what Faith is talking about, you know, there is a lot more beyond just the high school stage. And when I would learn to play League of Legends in high school, I picked it up from friends. It was just, you know, through the grapevine in that sense. And there wasn't any programs like this. It was a lot of just, hey, messing around with friends. We're going to see what happens from there. But being able to be a part of the collegiate esports sphere, there's a lot of talk about bringing, you know, the younger generation in, bringing them into this sort of atmosphere where there is growth, where you can put learning alongside League of Legends or even any other esports in that sense. And it's really cool to see a program like Ekuso exist because it gives them that sort of introduction to it. It brings, you know, all sorts of different people from diverse backgrounds into the same sphere to have some sort of hobby and some group to be a part of. And it shows so much growth, especially once you get into collegiate, where some of these players, they're top of the ranks in all of the server. It's really magical to see how it happens.
Absolutely. And right before, we did get to see that great intro and see firsthand how it has personally affected some of the students over here that are involved with Ekuso. Again, we do have Sora, Monroe, Xavier, and Miris, the 4 schools involved here today. But Faith, I know it must bring a little tear to an eye seeing the impact it has created thus far. And we're just barely getting started here a couple years into Ekuso GG. I did want to take a quick look, though, Faith. Before we get into the match here, I do believe we have an intro to see what we can expect here from these teams. Starting out with Team Frost. So at Team Frost here, Faith, we just got some insight and a first glimpse into the squadron here. We got Dark Sprizer, Andre OG, Willzone, Mind Boots, and Not Someone You Know. What can you tell us about these 5 students in particular, and what should we be looking out for?
Yeah, so actually, I don't yet want to give a sneak peek because we have a video where the kids made themselves. So it's kind of like LCS production, you know, they usually have the player interviews. They're like, hey, my name is this, my name is this. They start to get a little warmer. It starts to get hot. They start to trash talk each other a little bit, a little banter, you know, bite at each other a little bit. It's going to be really fun. It's about a 7-minute video. That's going to come really soon. So watch out for that. And by the way, kudos to, well, my voice just cracked. Kudos to the kids, especially John and Elliot. We literally were up for, I don't know, till 5 a.m. the past 2 nights, editing and putting it together. Yeah, Elliot even made the music. Like, it's a really cool video. I hope you guys enjoy it. And by the way, kids, tell your parents to watch, tell your friends to watch. There's not enough people watching right now. We need to get more eyes on this. I need to email better and stuff like that. But, you know, hit people up. Anyways, we're about to head into Team Blaze. Let's watch the intro real quick.
There you have it again. You do get to see the other team, the opposing team, going up against Team Frost here for the game. Number 1, again, guys, for this first game, it is going to be a hodgepodge of students from different schools mixed up to get the best creative balance here. And I do believe we have our first look at the draft here. And Adam, I know you're eager here, and I know it brings some memories back as you are still currently in your esports journey as well here. Walk me through what you think we're going to experience here in this draft.
Honestly, I think that a lot of what we're going to see in this draft is comfort. And something I like to say for players, no matter what skill level you are, comfort is king. You want to pick champions that you are comfortable with. Think of it like if you're playing chess, you want to always go for a similar opening every single time. You try something new, sometimes it doesn't work out so well. So keeping things as consistent as possible and keeping things simple on paper is really important. And thus far, we get to see a lot of frontliners already. You can see the Mordekaiser that picked up, the Volibear picked up, as well as the Urgot and Nunu on the other side. It's a lot of front zone already existing here. But if I am not mistaken, they are picking in order here. This could be a little bit of an off-meta pick in the mid lane.
Yeah. We look at we see the Victor being picked up here for the side of Team Blaze, but what you're referring to is that Sivir pick, who's usually known as a marksman, right? One of the champions where you kind of have a support next to you by your side. Like if you're playing football, you have someone blocking the QB. That's essentially the quarterback there. You got a lot of valuable prizes, but you're very easy to get taken down. So we're gonna have to really watch out here for what Willzone does have in store for us. But I get the feeling here, Adam, that we do have something planned, something in mind here for the Team Frost squadron here. But anyway, we do now get to see the second look at the bans before we have the last 2 picks to close out both side teams here. Ezreal and Jhin being directed towards King of Battle in the bottom lane for Team Blaze. Meanwhile, a couple of bans going back, and the Lucian is going to be the AD carry pick for the side of Team Blaze.
And I think this Lucian pickup can be really strong when paired up with an Enchantress. In that sense, you're going to have someone who's relatively weak on their own, but can really buff up someone else. It's sort of how do I describe it in another term? It's like your point guard in a sense. You're just always giving them the assist. You're not scoring for yourself unless you're Steph Curry. You know that he can score all he wants, but you know you're always passing the ball. You're always giving that up, and we see that with the Nami picked up. Lucian Nami, super strong pairing. And I think it's just going to be the Sivir ADC. I thought it was going to be Sivir mid lane for a little bit, but Kassadin going into the mid lane, very strong against mages. Be careful for this late game. Once we get to 25 to 30 minutes in, this Kassadin is going to be that person to watch. Fun fact, I have this clock right next to my computer. I literally only bring it out when there's a Kassadin in here because once you get to level 16, it's time. It's time for the Kassadin to come through. Who thought
Oh,
that?
yeah.
I'll be using that one today.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the moment you see that, characters slowly go from 1 to skip a few. Level 16, you're on a bit of a timer there. So we're going to really pay close attention to how Team Blaze is now able to adapt. After seeing that pick in the second phase of the draft here, they know the longer the game goes on, it slowly gets out of their grasp and into the side of the Team Frost squadron here. But I do want to go ahead and look at that bottom lane matchup there, as that is one of those impactful lanes as well, being that there are 2 players versus 1 for each of the teams there. I'm looking at the side of Team Blaze. I know we got a reaction out of you when we seen the Lucian into Nami there. I mean, look, we know the synergy with those 2 champions are very, very well. I'm more interested on the synergy with the side of Team Blaze and Team Frost here. Remember, this is from a different couple of schools coming together in one to play together here. So we're going to see if we have some adaptations in game or if both teams are already comfortable enough to play together.
And I think that one of the main things on the side of Frost is just they've got a lot of late game insurance. Sivir's a champion where, early game, levels 1, level 2, level 3, same as Cassidy. Not going to be too scary, but you toss the cat on top there with the Yuumi, gives you that extra security, makes it so that you can play for that later stage. And on their top side, they've got this Urgot, they've got this Nunu, both of them quite strong at about 1 minute or 1 item into the game. So they'll be okay to sort of bring that liaison over into the later stage. They're going to provide some security for Frost. On the flip side, you've got a lot of really strong picks. The Lucian, Nami, as we were talking about, very strong early, very strong mid-game, very strong late. They're just strong all around. You've got this Victor who has stayed in the meta, really strong on their own as well. So I think both of these team comps are looking really, really strong.
Right, and I'm really, really liking some of the renditions that we did see for the side of Team Blaze, right, where we have a clear player on the Team Frost squadron. Andre plays a really good Mordekaiser jungle, so not only did Team Blaze use their first pick to take the Mordekaiser, they get a good champion on their team that we're going to have some familiarities with for Team Blaze, but in turn, they're also taking away a champion from the side of Team Frost. So it's, again, like chess. You get one of your pieces in a good spot, and you're also taking out one of your opponents. I would say it's equivalent to a queen here for the side of Team Frost here. So going to be very interesting. The one thing that it does show as well, since we do have a tank in the top lane and a tank in the jungle, you're going to have these 2, lineman style bruisery champions to really put up that front for later on here. And I do believe we have a video ready before this next game. We're going to go ahead and go to that right now.
Alright, so what was the first thing?
Who am I outside of esports, and do those worlds connect?
Outside of esports, I'm an entirely different person. I like going to concerts, attending concerts. I love baking.
I play a lot of other non-esports games. It's kind of what I do in my free time.
I'm an engineer, I suppose. I engage a lot with source schools and engineering and doing projects and such.
Very busy person. I play piano, I'm in theater, and because I just love video games, and esports really just changes video games.
I'm a little bit of a gremlin. I just like to analyze things a lot on my own.
Outside of esports, I am a gym addict and a tennis player. You could connect tennis and esports as being both competitive sports. You could connect those.
Who's the best player out of all Ekuso?
All of Ekuso, the best player would have to be... I'd say Will.
It has to be William, hands down.
For mechanics, it would either be Mind Boots or King of Battle. But in terms of game sense and game knowledge overall, I'd have to say it would be Tachimuro.
There's a lot of good contenders. Kai, I used to think pretty highly of. He seemed to have fell off a little bit in my opinion. High Power, she seems good in lane, but she always seems to lose games against me, so unfortunate there. Yeah, I definitely say I'm the best player, so my answer.
Untiltable player. Oh lord.
This is an easy question. The most untiltable player in all of Ekuso and probably in the entire world is me.
I haven't really played too much with other people, but as for in Sora, I think the obvious answer is Andre.
The most untilted player in all of Ekuso. Maybe Andre.
Like, I've literally only seen him tilt once as playing Hecarim for the first time, and it did not go well, but other than that, he's been chilling.
I gotta say it's Andre. He's a homie, he vibes, even though he does bench press the right servers.
The role for untiltable in Ekuso would have to definitely go to my homeboy Ryan. And no matter what, he's always keeping a positive outlook on things.
Who has grown the fastest in-game in all of Ekuso?
Let me think there. I'm gonna have to say Max, or I suppose better known as Pingu.
Who has grown the fastest in-game in all of Ekuso? Has to be Max, hands down. I've just been continually playing with him, watching him grow, and he's making really cool shots now. Like, no new player should be doing this. He's grown a ton.
He started like a month or so ago, like 2 months ago, something like that, and he's already like a decently high level for that amount, and he's played a ton, and he's like not too bad either, so I definitely say Pingu as the fastest growing player in Ekuso.
The person who's grown the fastest in game overall would have to be my homeboy John. His scale started off a bit rough around the edges, but over time he managed to grind out his skills into a fine point.
Froggy Bungwitch. I just really like that username. It's got a lot of personality, it's really memorable, and it's not like one of those weird internet usernames with numbers everywhere.
Best in-game username would have to be your boy, because let's be honest, my name has the two things you need for every single game: boots and a mind.
Ooh, that's a tough one. The best in-game username in all of Ekuso, God Infusion. I just think that username is dope.
Best leader.
Best leader, hands down, would have to go to Will once again. Always knows what shots to call and when to call them.
Best leader? Oh lord. Max. A little bit of a curveball, but tactically, he's not the best leader. However, he's just so much fun to work with, and the plans he comes up with are just really cool.
I give that title to Will.
I think I'll have to go with myself again. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into the Sora team, so I'd say I do okay at it, decently good at it.
Why am I playing in this tournament? Well, I just have nothing better to do.
Why not? I mean, I'm pretty sure we're gonna win. Who doesn't want to win?
Well, I guess I got signed up for it, and it sounded like fun. It's always good to get more tournament experience, and really because all the matches are friendly for fun. It's the perfect venue.
I play just because I can.
Also, I really want to prove myself and rival William. I remember doing scrims, there's practice, mid lane, he absolutely dogged on me. I got so tilted, and it was one of those pivotal points where I learned a lot about myself as a player. And so I really want to show that I've learned from that moment, and I'm ready to, go beyond it.
Do I have any trash talk? Will, better watch out. Definitely a threat, by the way.
Let me take a look at the teams real quick again. So, looks like you, John, yourself are up against our team. You've had problems against Dark Spizer. I don't know if you'll be able to beat him again. Froggy Bunwitch, I'm just obviously better than him. So that's going to be a GG easy in the mid lane, so it's not looking like a problem. It's just an easy game.
It's me. I'm coming for you, Ethan.
All right, and welcome back in, guys, to the Ekuso Winter Invitational. What an amazing video, by the way, for an amazing set of students. Shout out especially to Ghost Boy, also known as Elliot, for the music, and John, also known as Tachi Muro, for helping out with the video here. And Adam, it does look like we get our first glimpse at the Rift today.
Yeah, and honestly, super excited to see what these teams have in store. I mean, we got to hear a lot of the trash talk beforehand as well. I mean, Willzone very comfortable in their own abilities, and I think a lot of that just comes down to the fact that they're going to trust Willzone on one of these late game carries. You know, if you die in the early game, think of it like slight losses. You know, it's not too big of a deal, but if you're starting to lose your queen later on in the game, and as we keep alluding to with chess, it can be really detrimental. So really curious to see how Willzone does and develops over the course of this game, because that's going to be the thing that I'm keeping my eye on the most.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, if there is even a morsel of the amount of confidence in this game than we've seen in that video, we are going to have an absolute banger of a game right here. Look, and I got to tell you, just seeing how some of these students have grown back when I first came to Ekuso a little over a year ago, and from where they are now, not only do you see the confidence to, kind of play around and poke a little bit of fun at each other there, but they're also confident enough to let each other know, hey, this is who I think has the best leadership qualities. This is who has grown. Question is, how do they come together and play as a team?
Exactly. And as we were mentioning off the top, there's going to be some synergy things that I want to keep my eye out for, especially in this bottom lane. They haven't played together as much as you would on, let's say, a set piece team. You may need to just sort of hash out your communications, and we'll see who ends up working out for the better with that, because on both sides, at least with not someone you know here on the Yuumi, it's a little bit more straightforward. You just sort of sit on top of the AD carry, you just give them heals whenever you need to.
Right,
but on the flip side, Lucian Nami, it's a combo that is so potent if you have communication down pat. It's more so just about ensuring you've got yourselves on the same page to make sure you can make the most out of that combination in the bottom lane.
Oh, definitely. It's absolutely about, looking for your strong points here, right? Obviously, looking at this 2v2 matchup, just the champions, we're going to have a little bit more strength early on already. King of Battle goes in and utilizes that strength, and unfortunately for Mind Boots, they did not make it out of that one.
Yeah, just taken down by the level 2 damage. It's so much coming through from the Lucian Nami. You saw putting the bubbles on top of Lucian means there's that extra damage on top of it. Of note, it is Airy, which is a little bit of a safer choice with the runes. Think of runes like, I don't know, what you ate for breakfast, Gotta make sure that you're having a balanced breakfast. But instead of having the high protein one, they had a little bit more carbs for themselves. Gonna stay a little bit safer, warmer throughout the day. It will mean that Lucian is able to stay healthier in this lane, all things considered, but a little bit less damage than the electrocute.
Yeah, so kind of embarrassing to say, but my breakfast here was pancakes with blue syrup. I had my nephews over, so I'm not sure what that would be equivalent to on the Rift here for translating.
Aftershock. Yeah, that's aftershock. Yeah, just a big definitely, boy at the end of it.
Yeah, definitely an aftershock angle here. So we get to see how these students are going to be able to utilize their room choices or their breakfast per se here on this matchup right now. But again, that bottom lane, King of Battle and Little Man Ares just do so well early on. It's up to Mind Boots and Not Somebody Know to kind of play it back, play it safe, and wait for their strengths in the late game.
And with Mind Boots' option here, they definitely went for a high protein option. With this Dark Harvest, that means that they're going to land a lot of damage, not so much in the late game, but in the mid game. I'm looking towards 1 to 2 completed items, so we're going to see that tier that they picked up turn into Manamune. Lots of single target damage. You're going to see most likely a lethality item, Duskblade, or as Shneki likes before, the Prowler's Claw. But invade possibility. What that means with the Sivir is that her boomerang blade, her big blade that she throws out, is going to do a lot of damage. Less so her auto attacks like King of Battle would be thrown out.
And already we did have Pango looking to just say hi in the Team Frost squad jungle. Luckily, Dark Sprizer was able to rotate down. I can't help but think that is some of the shot calling and leadership qualities you were hearing about in Andre, saying, hey, there's someone in my jungle, man. There's a big bear. Come help me out. And immediately Dark Sprizer make sure his jungle is okay for now. Remember, we are looking at Pengu as the opposing jungle as well, who a lot of people were saying did have the most growth so far. So we'll see how far that growth has taken him. While Tachimiro in that top lane, really building a big wave.
Yeah, looking scarily ahead here. The main thing is Urgot should be able to clear this out, but how much damage are they going to take? This might be trouble.
Oh, Dark Sprite is already very low. Tachimiro looking to pull him back, and bam! Is able to take out the kill for now with the little thumbs up saying, hey, better luck next time.
Yeah, and I see what Dark Sprizer was trying to do. They were trying to keep the minions away from their tower to keep that wave there. But unfortunately, took a little bit too much damage. Those minions, they stack up damage so quickly in the early game, and Tachimiro is able to take advantage of that. It's a 2-level advantage on the top side. this Mordekaiser is going to be feeling really good about themselves, but still keeping my eye on Dark Sprizer because we know what the Fear Beyond Death can come through at level 6. It's so strong.
Oh, it definitely is strong here. I don't know about Andre, though. He's in a bit of a bad spot. Pengo's able to come down and help out. Now it's Mind Boots looking to escape here, and that is a Yuumi all alone, and that's not going to be too good right meow if you catch my drift, and Pengo's able to find the triple kill.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Frost, they just aren't able to reply to the roam as quickly as they were expecting. Lots of damage coming through from Pango, and that's the power of the Volibear in the early game. Has a little bit more agency than the Nunu and Willemp there, but unfortunately the rotation up, you don't quite have as much damage as this Lucian as the Sivir Yuumi thus far, so going to be a little bit more challenging. Tachimura going to the Death Realm, though.
Oh, he is level 6 as well. Dark Sprizer not yet at that level 6, does not have a key ability. The Fear Beyond Death you mentioned earlier on, he's able to flash away, but the Obliterate Q damage from Tachimura is able to take him down, but now back at mid, Froggy Bunwich looking like he's trying to escape, but can he do it? Not so quite, but he is able to get a kill instead. 1 for 1. That's 7 kills now on Team Blaze.
And not bad, actually. Just able to trade 1 for 1, but Mind Boots just taking a lot of damage on this bottom side. You can see how scary this is. King of Battle is poised. Oh my!
Oh! Very close here. Look, it was a beautiful bubble from the Nami there, but A for effort. It looks like Mind Boots and Not Someone are finally catching their stride here. Problem is, with 48 minions from King of Battle, he's going to have a lot more gold. Ooh. King of Battle is still lurking in the shadows. Little Man Ares is going to be all right for now. Andre, though, in the opponent's jungle. He's in the wrong spot at the wrong darn time, and it's Pango who's there to meet and greet.
Yeah, and actually referencing another caster that we know in the community, Yanni, he calls Volibear gank in a can, and it's the best way you can say it. Basically, you're just bringing an extra member to a lot of these fights with the Volibear, and thus far, it's been a strong performance in this early game. This is where you will see this Volibear thrive, and unfortunately for Frost, some of their early game win conditions just falling a little bit short. We'll see if they can come and pick it up, because I think they do still have that agency. You've got a lot of crowd control. Wow.
All I gotta say is bang. Bang.
Yeah. Boom. But as I was saying, yes, with Andre, you've got a lot of gank potential as well. You have ways to join these fights with that biggest snowball ever. It's just about seeing that come through, if it will translate into that. Haven't seen it quite yet, but I'm waiting. I think that it's going to happen soon.
Meanwhile, King of Battle, Little Man, up to something here. The bubble does land. There's the follow-up damage, and King of Battle is able to find Mind Boots. The final chapter does come out from Yuumi, but he's still a very squishy champion. He's able to walk down to the tier 1 turret, and we might see that snowball here, Adam, that you were talking about in Andre. Andre's rolling it up.
Here it comes.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. You gotta keep him going. Question is, can King of Battle dodge it? Can he get out of it? Flash from Little Man Ares there, and Andre takes the snowball right to the terrain.
Yeah, honestly, well played from Andre, all things considered, to sort of psych him out a little bit. You saw King of Battle didn't have that flash available, but Little Man Ares still had it there, so was able to get out of danger, but planning something on his cloud side. No, Dark Sprizer!
Okay, Pango's here to help on out. Problem is, you can't really help when he's in the darn Death Realm, dude. Dark Sprizer, once more, needs to find a way to get back into the game here. As for now, Tachimura really showing us why a lot of the players we've seen in the video think he has the best game sense, because it is really dang good. Meanwhile, back at mid, Froggy Bunwich, very low root is there. Andre is able to find that play. That's the second kill for Team Frost.
Yeah, well played here to find another gank in that mid lane, and a lot of that just comes through Willzone being able to bait that out effectively. And while they are down in farm, you can see the numbers on the bottom there showing that farm difference. That's a lot of where your gold comes from. A little bit of an advantage over to Froggy Bunwich, but still it is Willzone holding their own for the time being on this cast, and just waiting. You can see level 8 out of 16. I'm keeping an eye on my watch. I'm keeping an eye on the clock, because that's going to be a massive break point for Frost if they can get there.
I somehow get the feeling that you're not the only one that has a nice little handheld watch there on your desk here, because we all know, and so does Willzone, obviously. He self-proclaimed it in the video that he's one of the more talented players here on the squad. So for him, it's like, okay, I'm level 8 now. Let me wait a little bit longer, get to the late game, and then I can come online. So as for now, we've got to have a spot where Team Frost just tries to hold on and does not let Team Blaze get too far ahead.
And I think a big factor of Willzone here is going to be how well their team can sort of readjust the game plan. A lot of what happens once you get to this mid game is you've got to take account of what you've got in front of you. And in this sense, you've got this Kassadin who's going to be very strong in the later stages. You want to give them as much experience as possible. You want to put them in a lane where no one else is. You don't want to be splitting that experience. Throw them in the bot lane, wait for them to scale up. I want to see how early they want to pull the trigger on that. By the looks of it, Andre just wants to keep ganking this mid lane, though, which is a good sign.
Hey, I'm liking it, Andre. Snowball lands on the knockup. Silence on the Willzone. Looks like we had Dark Sprizer wanting some of the fun now, but Willzone will not make it out. The damage from Froggy's ultimate will make it a 1-for-1 trade. Even Stevens.
Yeah, the Chaos Storm, just a little bit too much residual damage there, and Froggy Bun, which took the Ignite on the Victor here, going for that kill threat and drops it down effectively. Really well played to pick up a return kill once again, as Blaze, they're doing what they can. This Victor holding their own quite well. Realistically, there's a world where Froggy Bun, which has no kills in this game, but has been able to trade it back twice, which is really cool.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
And look, that's one of those things. Yeah. Oh, it definitely is. That's one of those things where, look, if you look at the items there, we do see that mythic item being built, which is typically going to give you the biggest power point in the game. And look how much damage he's able to do. Not someone you know. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, look, not someone escapes. The minions get the kill, meaning no extra gold to Team Frost, but it doesn't matter because Andre is now here to the battle here in the bottom lane. Little Man Ares looking to escape. And here's your so-called gank in a can. It's Pango walking down, flash from Andre. Pango looking for more, can't quite find it.
Unfortunately, not able to get there in time, but still really well played to force that summoner out of Andre. Think of your summoner spells like your sort of trap cards in that sense. You know, the 8 from your crazy 8s in that sense, where you just want to throw it down. You want to mix the game up, and you always want to have those on hand. Dark Sprizer, though, in trouble.
Yeah, this is one of those things where Tachimiro is just so far ahead right now. Even if you're Dark Sprizer, just to walk in XP range, you can't quite do it. But now, at the bottom lane, Pango, shut down by Sivir. Mind Boots picking up 1. Andre falls shortly after. We do have Willzone now making his way downtown to the bottom part of the map here. Flash going to be used from Lucian, but the shutdown goes over to Will. Shutdown meaning extra gold, and he's looking for another and a double kill. He will pick up. That's a lot of gold on a very talented player.
Yeah, this river is the Willzone there, finds 2 kills for themselves, and another one picked up by Mind Boots there. Really well played to rotate up to that dragon. You end up getting a couple extra kills, and the shutdown, it's really big to put onto this Kassadin. You want to put as much gold into your late game insurance as possible, because while this early game hasn't gone according to plan, you've still got that opportunity to come back, and with how League of Legends works, there's a lot of comeback mechanics. Shutdowns on champions for one. Objective bounties are the next thing, and I want to see if Frost are able to get those for themselves in the next 15 seconds when we tick over to 14 minutes.
Definitely so, right? And if we were to look at this game as the clock you have right next to you there, and we put our finger and tilted the clock back 5 minutes here, earlier we seen a 6,000 gold deficit from Team Frost. Now it's only 3K. So let's see if it works out for Mind Boots here. Not quite here. Ultimate from the Lucian. Gank in a can coming bottom again. And that's going to be lights on out for now. Another gray screen. And look, the dragon's up.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate for the Yuumi there. No way out of that one, but it's still a strong start here from Blaze. They've got a lot of gold on that lane that we were talking about. This Lucian, 4-2 and 5, has the Kraken Slayer complete. They're looking incredibly strong. King of Battle will keep staying strong, and a big factor of what makes Lucian that strong is getting ahead and staying ahead. I want to see if they can continue the snowball in that sense, where they continue mounting their lead up to this later stage of the game. You can see this Rift Herald, unfortunately, not going to get that charge, so still going to prevent Frost from picking up that extra gold that objective can net them.
Yeah, like where okay. All right, Tachi. Every time I try to put the spotlight on someone else. Tachimiro's like, Schnecky, look what I'm doing up here. But look, the Rip Herald admit, I like the idea. Let's put it to the mid lane. Let's give some extra gold over to Willzone by hitting those plates pre-14 minutes. The time was just right there on the cutoff. They had to use it. Unfortunately, it did not get much. Another gold goes over to Team Blaze if they're able to take this tier 1 mid lane outer turret. Can't quite get it just yet.
And interestingly enough, just absolutely completely off topic of what you were saying, it's interesting that these two teams are named Frost and Blaze and that they're a hodgepodge, because back in the day, old League of Legends, this was like 9-10 years ago, they used to have like sister teams. They used to have like this one team would basically send two teams to a tournament, Azubu Blaze of Azubu Frost. I remember them. Oh my goodness, like they were exciting teams to watch. And honestly, these teams right here, they're quite exciting as well. And I think, maybe we've got a new trend going on. Ekuso Frost, Ekuso Blaze.
Adam, you are making me feel so old right now, Adam. You are making me.
We're all old compared to the kids here. Okay, let's be real. We're ancient. We're ancient history at this point. They're the new generation, as you're saying. So you know what? Maybe they'll rewrite that history book.
Well, look, it is a 3 versus 2 here until Froggy comes now to the battle. Mind Boots just gets kind of taken out of the fight pretty early on. Not somebody no longer has a host, meaning they're in a very tough position. Froggy with the laser beam, looking to find it. Flash, gonna go forward, and the Yuumi will die. Had to take a pause for a second. Not the most perfect situation as Pango. Now back top, Dark Sprizer just not having the best time into the top lane. Another one for the side of Blaze.
It's just getting out of control now at this point for the Yuumi. Unfortunately, can't get back on in this game, but all puns aside here, Willzone still doing their job. And despite them not joining that fight, and despite these fights going really heavily in Blaze's favor, I still hold out hope for this Kassadin. That's how strong of a champion Kassadin is in the late stage. It is incredibly polarizing. I remember back when Azubu Frost and Azubu Blaze were a thing, Kassadin was perma-banned. It was banned. It wasn't even picked at all. If it was up, you picked it first, and you won the game off of that. It was such a strong champion. Shadow of their former self is the champion, but Willzone's still showing that it can be very strong. Continue scaling up. I want to see this champion pop off here, and in due time. I think that is the main thing. Patience is a virtue when playing this champ.
It absolutely is, right? And I think one thing we can tell about Willzone as a person, just off the gameplay here, this is not someone who backs down from a challenge. Look he knows he's a little bit behind right now, level 11. Still's got a little way to go, but still, chill as a cucumber in the mid lane, just waiting, playing the waiting game until they can use their strong points here. So we're going to see if they can get to that point. Andre is making his way down to the enemy jungle. Because we have the bottom side pushed up from Team Frost, it means it's a little bit more safe from Andre. How safe is it? It is a 3v2 in the bottom lane here for the Frost side squad, but King of Battle is one massive individual. Snowball now goes. There's the bubble from Little Man Ares. It can't quite land. Ultimate from the Nunu doesn't find any of the damage. There's the tidal wave. Flash from Andre. Flash to follow up, and King is able to escape for now, but here's Willzone just lurking in the shadows there, and a flash ultimate at the bottom here under the turret, and King of Battle is able to shut that one down. Froggy now makes their way onto the battle here, and the cat will fall. 1 versus 3 in terms of trade for Team Blaze.
And Ares, unfortunately, the sacrificial fish in that sense. Sacrificial? Get it? that one.
This is getting real funny. You know, Adam, I was the pun champion back in my day, right? As Dark Sprizer's in here, back in the day, right? I entered a pun competition, right? And it was in the newspaper, and actually entered with 10 puns in hopes to win. And it turns out my best pun didn't win. And as it goes, man, no pun intended. Okay, you can fire me now.
The sad thing is I've heard it before, right? So I'm like, oh no, I know where this punchline's going.
Oh man.
Touchy.
Okay, look at the rest of the Frost side squad. Looking to get some revenge. Tachi did already take out Dark Sprizer, and Tachi takes out another one there, but a big shutdown over to Willzone. 1,000 gold gonna go back on the carry for the Frost side squad.
And it's good because this Kassadin, as we keep mentioning, I will hammer this point down until the Nexus blows up here. This Kassadin getting all these kills is so big. And something else to mention, they're going to have Yuumi on top of them for a lot of the later stages of this game. It's that extra security blanket that you get from the cat there. this Kassadin's going to be incredibly scary. It's just about getting to that point. Level 12 out of 16, still working on it, but Mind Boots, gotta be careful.
Okay, we did have the spell shield by a bit of time. Will Zone now with the Everfrost, looking for a stun to stop Pango from getting their valuable carry here. Does appear Blaze still lurk into the shadows there, and it's Mind Boots who ends up falling short. Froggy picking up the kill.
It's well played there to pick up another kill onto this Victor here. In the same vein that Kassadin is this late game character, Victor is no slouch in the later stages as well. And Froggy Bunwich has done a lot with very little resources, I want to add. It's been a lot of Froggy Bunwich sort of figuring it out on their own in a lot of 1v2 odd man situations there. And they've been able to defend themselves quite well and even thrive in that situation. 7-4-1, 2 completed items. This Victor is not to be trifled with either.
Definitely not. We do still have the stopwatch there. Is broken. So we're going to see that hourglass later on. Teleport coming from Tachimuro saying, hey, my team's got the mid lane turret. Let me go and defend the top lane. Pango taking a lot of the front line damage. The lineman is being bullied. And here's the snowball now. Not going to quite land. Tachi top lane looking to make something happen. Meanwhile, Blaze in the mid lane has to kind of just back on out. Tachi takes out Dark Sprizer. 5-4 now on the map.
And Tachi, once again, just exerting their will in a lot of ways. And while a lot of our action on the top side has been very segmented, it's been, oh, another kill for the Mordekaiser, another kill for the Mordekaiser. It's made a huge pressure point for them on this top side of the map. They've blown open this top lane, effectively just giving them a free avenue, a free path through. In essence, the linebackers have sort of punched open a hole in the defensive line. They're able to go through and just continuously get to that quarterback over and over again. There's so much action here.
This might be a bit of an angle here. Will Zone able to find 2 kills. He's going to be able to 2v1 now onto Pango. Sky Splitter going to be activated now for a little bit of HP back on the shield. Will Zone looking to run away, but there's the Storm Bringer and Electricity Sparks in the mid lane. Tower is disabled. Pango still wants a little bit more, but is greed good is the question. No, it is not. Shut down gold over to Dark Sprizer now, but still 4 dead for Team Frost, 3 down for Team Blaze. It's Tachimuro now coming in hot here. Passive now going to be activated. A lot of damage now from the Darkness Rising. Passive AoE area of effect around that champion. Here comes Froggy. They're looking for the middle inhibitor.
Yeah, they're looking to try and take this one down, but I don't think they've got the tools to do so. Mind Boots here just in time to clear out this wave. But yeah, I didn't think that fight was going to break out the way it did. But Willzone, you know, they work on their own clock. They say, it is my time to shine, and they find another couple of big shutdowns. But at the end of the day, Blaze still with so much control over the map. They're continuously pushing this forward. They've got themselves a pretty big lead right now, you know, up to 11,000 gold. It's just they need to close the door before Kassadin can get online. And in a lot of ways, they've got to be able to survive Froggy Bunwich as well, because this Victor, very strong in their own right. We keep mentioning it. And the Lucian, 7-3-8, 2.5 completed items now. Looking very strong as this game progresses. Mind Boots. Oh man, this is not fun.
Yeah, Mind Boots kind of stuck in the Shadow Realm. Okay. Mind Boots has clearly got the new Adidas on, able to dodge a lot, but the moment he gets out of it, Froggy's right there to greet him. Dark Sprizer now taken away from the fight. Willzone, the last hope, no longer. Andre looking to help out. A triple kill, turn to a quadra. We're looking for one more now, and that's going to be the pentakill. Everyone goes down from Team Frost, and it's Froggy who stands there laughing.
Getting a pentakill is absolutely massive to close out this game, and Blaze, they might just end the game off of that one right there.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes sometimes here. Adam, it's Team Blaze ends up being victorious here, and I do believe after we are going to be able to get a post-lobby interview here, and we get to see from some of the players themselves on how this game ended up going so south for the side of the Team Frost squad. Dark Sprizer and the rest of the Armada are looking to stall it out as long as they can. Pango tunnel vision on the Nexus for the blue side squad. Looking to end it all right here, right now. Tachimuro is there, and one more auto attack, and bam, goes in a blaze.
And Blaze, they lit a fire under Frost there, and they just let it spark, let it ignite, and let it go from there. Great game from Blaze. And honestly, congrats to Froggy Bunwich on the pentakill there. Really well played at the end to sort of clean that game up. And I guess for some of the newer viewers who are coming through, you know, a pentakill is it's not something that happens every game. You know, this is something that it's like a 50-point performance, I want to say, or like a 50 home run season in that sense. It happens like once every once in a while, not every game. I would
Yep.
say maybe. Well, what would you say? Like once every.
Well, if it's a
20
player like
games?
me, like once in a decade, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Where I guess
it's-
I'm just not. I guess I'm just not built the same as Froggy Bunwich, but it is what it is, you know.
Built different, constructed alternatively. But honestly, a really strong performance overall from the two teams, and it's a good showcase to show what they are made of. And honestly, that mid lane matchup super exciting. But in the end, Froggy Bunwich just getting out on top on this one.
Yeah, it was one of those things. And back to the chess reference. We'll make it one more step simplistic here. Back to checkers. It was almost to the point where you almost were at the point where you can get yourself king there and double hop and do all this fun stuff. But unfortunately, just did not quite get there here, Adam. But as we get two of our players ready from Team Frost and Team Blaze to hear it from them, I mean, what are your thoughts here? If the game lasts 10 more minutes, you think it's enough for Willzone to really carry?
I think it might be in a vacuum. Yes, I think that if all things went according to plan and the game was a little bit slower, it would have benefited Willowzone a little bit more. But honestly, well played from Blaze to just accelerate the pace of the game, just continuously push forward their advantages as much as possible to prevent Willzone from getting into their own zone in a lot of ways, to get into their comfort zone, get in that groove and say, I am going to get to level 16. I will become this late game menace. There's a lot to like about what Frost did in sort of giving all those resources over to the Kassadin, but once again, it's a hodgepodge of players. This isn't a team that plays together all the time. Given maybe a week of practice even, you can start to set that up and say, we are going to play for the mid lane. We're going to play as safe as possible. But in this situation, Blaze just had it coming for them. And even if the game goes 10 more minutes, I mean, there was a Victor pentakill in that one. We can't dissuade that one. It was still honestly really well played.
And with that being said, do you think we have our players now ready for the interview here? And what better way to kind of help facilitate this? We have Faith again, owner and founder of Ekuso. Welcome back, Faith. Happy to have you join us.
Hey guys, so you remember when I said the games were balanced? They are. Okay, they are. They're definitely balanced. I think just really some people stepped up to the plate today. I know, honestly, a lot of the kids from Mirror's Academy, they had a play just yesterday and the day before. They had the two plays and like they were really tired, and you know, it's like players on both teams honestly were from the play, and I think the ones that showed like, hey, I have grit, hey, I'm tired, but hey, I'm still here, I'm still gonna perform, and I'm gonna be a warrior today. I think the kids who showed up today, like that's really what it's all about. Especially Todd Churro, he was like editing yesterday. Like, yeah, it's awesome. So here we have the players. You guys, William, John, we can't see you, but how are you guys feeling?
I don't know about Will. I'm feeling pretty good. A part of me kind of wishes there was a little more in that match, but I feel really good about it. I feel like everyone played really well, and I think Will especially played really well.
Yeah, I definitely feel pretty good about my performance. Quite unfortunate that we lost, but I'm feeling good.
Right on. So, Will, question for you. I mean, we did see that Kassadin, who typically, you know, pops off around that level 16 mark. We have your Yuumi as well for very good late game here. What was the plan kind of going into this matchup here, and how did it differ from what actually happened?
Yeah, so they actually picked the bot lane. They picked a super duper early game oppressive comp, so Lucian and Nami. We've actually practiced that before in the AEA tournaments, and so we were just betting that we could get through early game, and then after that, we would hopefully get to late game, and then me with Yuumi would hopefully pop off. So that was kind of the game plan.
And honestly, really well played on your part, and on both team sides in a lot of ways. You know, we saw a lot of those resources go towards that mid lane there. So, Will, in draft, was this always the plan to sort of put you on this later game carry? Sort of, I want to hear about what the comms were like in the draft, because we know that these aren't teams that you've played with a lot, but they are players that you're somewhat familiar with. Kind of give an insight into the comms.
Yeah, so I'm really confident in my Kassadin, or Kassadin, however you say it. I'm a player that tends to likes to play for late game, and so and obviously or maybe not obviously, but Lucian falls off late game. He doesn't get fed early, and so just wanted to play to that late side.
I have a question actually, Will.
Oh.
You remember the player intro? You were saying Froggy Bunwich wasn't a player you had to watch out for. Is he in fact
I
a player to watch
mean,
out for? That is the question.
when you get a free lane against a Kassadin, then like, I mean,
Okay, so your opinion has not changed.
I don't know. I'll have to see how he laned when I do the VODs, but he's no doubt a good player, I'd say. But yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess a follow-up question for you, John. You know, really good performance on the Mordekaiser in the top lane there. How do you have to feel after that? Because 11-1 out of lane, I think, something like that, something ridiculous. You're throwing them down to Brazil every chance you got into the Death Realm. What's your confidence feeling like right now? Just walk me through how you're feeling.
My confidence was stupidly high. I think that partially led to that one death I had. But the moment I hit level 4, my teammates know I was just screaming. I was like, why is this happening? Why am I getting level advantage right now? It was just crazy. And because my entire game plan is I knew Urgot was really strong early game. So I was playing really passive. And I was just like, all right, well, maybe somehow if I can get a level advantage and I can do level 6. I know a lot of people don't respect the level 6 level lead. And sure enough, I got that level lead. And yeah, I was pretty happy about it.
Awesome. So I got a question for both John and Will here. So we were watching the intro. A lot of good things were said about both of you guys, right? I think it was you, John, who was known as the macro god, the macro king, right? Someone who has very good game sense. And Will, you were flat out just known as like the best player and even self-proclaimed best player. So do you feel like after this game, do we finally know the story of what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object?
I mean, I think we played both really well. And so I think just with better execution in the lanes, I think we would both live up to our names, I suppose. And John definitely did, so yeah.
Yeah, I think I had a very strong showing, but I don't really feel like this was necessarily me going up against Will. I feel like it was a very good, showing from my team, but I'm not exactly too sure if I actually did win up against Will, or if I was just able to push an advantage and just win a game.
Gotta watch the VOD, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
VOD review, that's what you gotta do.
Well, I'm sure Froggy Bunwich has already watched the VOD and got that awesome Pentakill clip, so I'll be expecting that.
Yeah, no doubt.
How were the comms during that? I'm actually very curious after that Pentakill.
Oh, it was just crazy. We were already there. We were winning, and we were doing like a team fight. And then Brian just goes, "Oh wait! Yeah, give Froggy the Penta." I'm like, "Oh shoot, really? I thought I'd stolen the Nunu, so I was really sad." But I saw Nunu went to Froggy. It's like, "Oh shoot, okay." And I just back up, and Froggy just walks up, gets the Pentakill. We're like, "What is going on right now? What is this?" It was so high.
Every day.
Yeah, it doesn't happen every day, and that was his first Penta actually.
Oh,
so
wow!
Oh, wow!
First Penta, it's such a strong game. I'm really excited for it.
Clip it.
Oh yeah,
and ship it. Well, before we get ready for game number 2 with Sora and Monroe, any parting words from John or Willzone to the fans or to the friends, to your classmates, or to the parents watching?
Nothing more than GG's. Team Blaze, you guys played very well. That was a good game.
Quick question. What are your predictions for the next match, Sora versus Monroe? Don't be biased, by the way. You guys are from Sora, but don't be biased.
I'm not too sure I am that familiar with Monroe, to be honest. I do know the Sora peeps are pretty strong, so I think I have an innate bias towards the Sora peeps. I do think there definitely is opportunity for Monroe to outplay them. I mean, at the end of the day, there's still new players and fundamentals exist. But I think it could go either way. It completely depends if they're willing to play more of like an objective-based game or if they're playing for kills.
Yeah, Team Monroe, like they've been playing a lot longer than our newer players at Sora, but obviously I'm from Sora, so I have a bias. So I hope Sora gets the win, to be honest.
All right, we'll have to wait and see, but thanks again. Special shout out to John and Willzone hopping in here after that exciting game 1. Thank you guys again. Good luck in future games here. But on that note, guys, the next game here, Faith, anything we should be looking out for before we kind of get the next squad going up?
Yeah, probably the draft. I think that's really what to look out for because new players, there's bans. You know, some one person might get target banned, 5 bans across the board. I don't know. We'll see. I think really the draft will be a deciding factor. But regardless, it's gonna be fun. So I'm excited.
Right on. Well, with that being said, guys, I do think we are going to go to a quick intermission. And when we get back, we will be back with game number 2 for the night. 2 of 4. Plenty more to go. We have Team Sora versus Team Monroe. And we will be back after that. I mean, look, we got a lot of great predictions. Before we go to break real quickly, Faith, Adam, do we have any predictions for game 2?
I will be the contrarian compared to our guests. Sora says they trust in their players, but you know what? I'm gonna just say Monroe. I have a feeling about it. You know what? I think that Sora sounds like it's the video game character from Kingdom Hearts, right? And Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts 3, it was okay. And you know what? Sora and Smash, it's okay. So you know what? Monroe takes this one. That's just my prediction. Absolutely nothing in that sense, but that's my prediction. Just there it is.
I have a request actually. How about we watch the team intros and just based off of how intimidating they're posing, then you guys can make your predictions.
Yeah, let's do that then.
Deal.
All right, sounds good. See you guys in a bit.
Sounds good, Faith. Sounds good. versus another. No more hodgepodge. We got a team versus a team, a school versus school. We got Sora versus Monroe here. Again, shortly to follow after. Team Pride versus Team Old Faithful. And then to end it all out later on, Team Monroe versus Team Xavier here. But as for Sora and Monroe, a lot of exciting things, and a special shout out again to our sponsor. We do have Apply with Sanity, again, readable, wise college advice for high school students, and again, the amazing adults who do care about them. But back to our game here, Adam. We got a school versus school. I know Faith wanted us to hold our thoughts for now on who we think's gonna win based on how epic the intros are. But Faith, maybe you can walk us through, a little bit of what to expect before we end up watching those.
Oh, okay. I was just checking audio. Okay, so what to expect? I think Monroe's kind of like a giant, like a gentle giant, like kind of like the massive target that's like very almost like a pacifist. It's like I don't want to squash you, but know that I could, right?
True.
Whereas Sora's more like the not dainty, but like more like graceful, probably smaller in stature and more like fluid with her emotions, so more technical,
Okay.
like technique over strength, whereas Monroe's strength over technique. So I think it's like an interesting like I don't know dichotomy or difference between the two. I think you'll see that in the pictures. Like it's gonna be cool. So I'm curious what you guys think when you see the intros. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, I think we are going to get that intro number 1 here coming up here for Team Sora first off when we get the okay for that one here. But yeah, we are going to get that intro now, guys. When we get back, again, we're still going to hold our thoughts until we see Monroe's intro as well. But Sora, here we go. What an exciting squad there for the side of Team Sora. Again, we have Captcha holding it down in the top lane, Lorekeeper in the jungle, Sugarette mid lane, Stallberg and Marigold in that bottom lane duo here. Before we go over to Team Monroe here, who should we be looking out here, Faith, as you have had a lot of experience with these students on this team?
Who should we be watching out for? Okay, so it was actually interesting putting them into a 5-man role. As you guys know, in League of Legends, there's 5 different roles: top, mid, jungle, support, and marksman. Each of them play very different roles. If you play D&D or if you played any fantasy game, it's very similar or akin to that. So like if you're a support, you heal people. If you're a marksman, you deal damage from afar. If you're a tank, you're a massive object with a lot of health. If you're a mage, you kind of deal like you throw spells and you like damage from afar. So it's interesting like piecing them together as a team because not all of them are in roles that they want. For example, Gracie in the mid lane, she's not necessarily a mid laner, and in fact she was a little bit mad at me because she was put there. She was like, how dare you? I was like, because I believe you can do it. That's why I did it. So anyways, I think we have Team Monroe loaded. Yeah, let's take it away.
Well, there we had our first glimpse at the Monroe Squadron, again featuring Ragin holding it down in the top lane, DJ Fire King in the jungle, who we've seen perform in some of the 1v1 and 2v2 tourneys in the past. Impulse going to be holding it down for the mid lane, and then one of the faculty members for Monroe, always excited to see her play, Depot in the bottom lane with BL98 H also going to be in the bottom lane, pronounced bleh, by the way. But I think we do have Faith, again, to give us a little bit of insight on this team before we go back. Now that we've seen both intros, Adam, we'll get the chime in a second or two here.
The reason why Adam just gave a little chuckle is because I was like, bring me back. So, okay, we're having a little bit of problems with the lobby. We're getting a student log into another computer, tech issues, you can expect that with esports. But something I did want to mention, you might have seen one player, Monroe, looked perhaps a little bit older than the rest. She still looks young for her age, obviously. Beautiful woman.
Nice correction.
Yeah. But it's not just, I'm not just saying that to say that. It's true. But anyways, she's actually the teacher sponsor for Monroe. And, she's a really good player. She participates in the class, and she's here to play. She's here to show up not just, the enemy team, but honestly her kids. I think she might be one of the best players at Monroe, despite her being, the proverbial boomer. So, player to watch. The kids are good, but she's kind of better. So, I mean, they kind of reference this in the video. It'll be fun. Do we have that loaded? Perhaps we can play that before the match, the loading screen. Just getting confirmation on that. But if we are able to, yeah, carry it away. Let's watch a video real quick.
My name is Grace. My gamer tag is Sugarette.
Hello, I am Roz. My in-game name is Lorekeeper.
My name is Merrick Olich. My in-game name is Marigold, miraculously.
Hi everyone, my name is Naomi. My in-game name is BL9H.
So my name is Owen. My in-game username is Captain Zero.
Hi, my name is Christian. My in-game name is Christian OPG7.
My name is Josiah. My in-game name is Stahlberg, which means Steel City.
Hi, my name is Elias. I go to Robert F. Monroe. My in-game name is Frogstyle06, and I play March. I want to play in this tournament because I absolutely love League, and I want to see if I can prove.
I'm here to prove that there's a place for me in the gaming scene, and there's a place for me here in esports. And adding me to Ekuso and by extension Sora Esports was not in vain, and I'm going to make it totally worth it.
I have two reasons for being in this tournament. One, because I just love playing with my teammates, my friends, we're all just with each other, hyping each other up. It's just, to be in our matches, the feeling's great. And my second reason is because I love esports, I love gaming, and I want to express my passion for that through the tournament.
Outside of esports, I am a daughter, I am a sister, and I'm a friend. And they both do connect because I care about each one.
So, outside of esports, personality-wise, there are very few things that I hate more than backing down from a challenge or giving up on something. And I think that does transfer to the esports world as well.
Who is the best player in all of Ekuso? I'd say Faith's pretty good. John's pretty good too.
I'm assuming we're not allowed to name any of the coaches. Oh, that's a tough one. I'd have to say Yvonne or High Power. Yeah. Yvonne's pretty good.
Can you tell me what untiltable means? Oh, definitely not me. Probably Marigold. Just because I've never really seen them rage. So
Who I say to watch out for would be Jose. He's a very difficult person to go up against, in my opinion.
So, in my match, I think you should probably watch out for a player by the name of Stahlberg. He might not be the best at the game, but you never know.
There you have it. Exciting matchup between Team Sora and Monroe. I like the confidence in Stahlberg again, saying who's the best player might be something along the names of Stahlberg here. But they do have a chance to put it to the test here, Adam. But again, look it. Faye said, you guys cannot, until we see the intro, say who you think is going to win. So with that being said, do you have any ideas, any sparks that come to mind?
Honestly, I said Monroe off the top because I looked at their IGNs and their IGNs looked cooler. And that was one of the reasons why as well. But Honestly, I'm starting to become a Sora believer in this sense as well. I think they've got a lot of charm to their team as well. They've got a lot of personality, and I think that they can bring some really interesting picks to the table. And that's what I'm looking out for, because I think that, as you mentioned, with Stallberg's sort of confidence in that sense, they can really push forward a lot of advantages. And I think that something that, as we mentioned from the top, these are a lot of newer players to the scene. Something that a lot of newer players are not willing to do is go for those, high risk plays, because they're worried about, messing up. But instead, I feel like Stallberg's the kind of guy to flash forward on Lucian, go for the big play, something like that. Go make a massive play that none of us are going to expect, and it pays off big time in that sense. So might be a Sora believer at this point, but I will wait till the draft. As the analyst here, I have to be analytical. I have to stay by my roots and say, if the draft is good for Sora, I will stick by them. But I am willing to be wrong once again.
Yeah, and I know I was looking at all those energy drinks in Sugar Rat's background here, so we might not see the so gentle of a giant that Fate had proclaimed here. Maybe we'll see some very energetic gameplay here from the side of Team Sora. And look, we haven't quite heard from Depot yet, but again, Fate put a lot of eggs in her basket, saying, hey, Depot kind of has what it takes here. So I'm going to be really looking towards the bottom lane matchups. Again, we had Bleh in the bottom lane. We got to hear from her and what she thinks is going to happen, and she was kind of worried about Marigold from the bottom lane from Sora, saying there's someone that Bleh hasn't really seen play. So a little bit interested to see how that bottom lane dynamic goes. As we've seen in game number 1, sometimes if that bottom lane 2v2 matchup, Adam gets ahead, not only do you have one player ahead, you have two of them. They're going to be way ahead in terms of gold. So
yeah, and a big thing about that first game was it was purely off of the draft. Realistically, there are a lot of times where your team needs a specific champion there, and if you can pick that, if you can get that early game lead like we saw with the Lucian Nami, you can run away with it in a lot of ways. And yes, there was a lot of great play on the other side from Blaze, but in the same vein, a lot of that focus was around the bottom side of the map. We saw how strong that lane dominance was, basically meaning that the Volibear didn't have to go down there as much, could really just focus on doing their own thing. And I think that both of these bot lanes, both from Depot and Bleh, as well as Thalberg and Marigold, I feel like there's just this tension down there. There's going to be a lot of focus around this bottom side, so I want to see them pick some really strong marksmen on either side that can work well for their team comp. Does that mean there needs to be a little bit more support elsewhere with tanks, a little bit more frontline, with a little bit more engage? Maybe so, but in that same vein, I'm curious to see what these two teams end up drafting.
Yeah, well, right when you had brought up the jungle pressure and what we've seen last game from the Volibear here, my eyes kind of went to the Twitch chat, and we have Lore Keeper saying, get ready to get ganked. So I would imagine we're going to see a bit of an aggressive, all-in style of jungle from the side of Team Sora. And you also mentioned the importance of those bottom lane matchups here. And what better lane to gank than the enemy AD carry, right? You have the quarterback who's holding the ball, not the most, strongest person, but does a lot of damage. That is who I think we're going to be looking towards for Lore Keeper. As they said, they're pretty excited to go and gank here. But again, how can you gank Depot? How can you gank the Monroe faculty member that's going to be in there ready to make things happen?
Exactly. And I think that not only are you going to be looked for as a carry in this game, you're also looked to be a vocal leader in that sense. And a lot of ways, having that sort of seniority, I'll say, to put it nicely, it gives you that sort of voice for your team, and it gives you sort of a sense of comfort. And a lot of times on teams, it's important. We've seen, even in LCS, we see players like Aframu that are still sticking around, and it's not because they're completely washed up in any ways and they're only there for the voice. They do still have that skill innately in them, but you have so much in terms of fundamentals from having played the game for 10 plus years, having been in this scene for so long. You have that innate sort of responsibility to be that main voice on your team, be the shot caller, be the person to really put your voice out there, because there is a lot that can be gained from that experience. And whether it be experience in game or experience in life, sometimes that extra sort of leading voice can be so much for a team, that's especially when you're learning the game.
Definitely so. So we do have a Team Sora versus Team Monroe. We are going to get to see after the break here coming up, Adam. But I got to tell you, regardless, we're going to have a lot more constructed, a lot more, I guess, together of a game, as these are teams who've been practicing together for quite some time. So we'll have to see how it ends up panning out here. We are going to go to a quick break, guys. But when we get back, we're going to have Team Sora versus Team Monroe. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. welcome back into the broadcast, guys. Did I lie when I said it was going to be a very quick intermission? We got Game 2 draft now going to be started here. Already, Adam, I do see some of the bans coming out here for Team Monroe versus Team Sora. Echo will be banned, and then the Caitlyn and Warwick being directed towards Monroe.
And honestly, Caitlyn as a ban is... It's a good ban because she's a very difficult champion to learn to play against. I think that is a big obstacle for a lot of AD carry players. You can speak to this, Shneki, in the sense that Caitlyn's one of those champions where you either know how to beat her or you don't because of how long that range is. It's really difficult to get in on top of her. Super safe, lots of pressure in lane, and we talked about how much pressure there's going to be around this bottom side of the map. Other bands coming through, the Yumi, we're not going to see that cat back again, and Nino, no prehensile tails here.
And no more. Are you telling me there's no more cat memes? No
Can't make
more
Nico
cat
memes either. Nico has so many memes behind her as well. It's great champion.
Definitely a champion that I played. But back to that Caitlyn thing you had brought up as well. Yeah, having a champion that has an extraordinarily long range, in fact, the longest range in the game, opposed to Tristana level 18 range. But it's really difficult to kind of go against. One of the things that I think if this Misfortune gets locked in as well, okay, we were getting baited a little bit here. It's the Master Yi going to get picked up by Lore Keeper here, which is pretty interesting because we know Lore Keeper is going to have more of a gank-heavy comp in the sense that they really want to make an impact on the map. Viego is going to be what the response is. Going to be looking for the resets. Hopefully Wukong can deliver.
And this Viego, I looked at DJ Fire King's OP.GG beforehand. They only play Viego. This is their one-trick champion in a lot of ways. It's very strong. The newer viewers, Viego, they're able to get a takedown on anyone. They just get to take over the other champion. So you're just like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna take your champion. I'm gonna jam you. I'm gonna beat your team with it. So it's a lot of interesting skill expression with that champion, and honestly, really fun to play as well. But looking at the answers, there's a lot of good ways to prevent this Viego from getting resets. Hecarim, a little bit of beef in that front line. Mordecai to sort of take Viego out of fights, prevent them from taking over any souls as it runs. But Heimerdinger in the mid lane. This is a champion that I think I've mentioned it maybe with you, maybe with some other casters, that we never see this champion, and I've seen it like 4 or 5 times in the last month of casting. You know what? Honestly, this champion can be very difficult to deal with as well. There's a different skill set that you need playing into something like a Heimerdinger because of the turrets that they're able to put down. They're always pushing in that wave. So curious to see how Impulse plays this one out. If it is laning into the Mordekaiser, should be curious to see how Sugarette is able to counter that playstyle.
Yeah, and again, look at the Sugarette. It was a little bit iffy about Faith saying you gotta go to the mid lane for this one here. So very bold picking the Mordekaiser. Again, back to your Heimerdinger, a lot of poke. Problem is, Mordekaiser, once he's level 6, can take Heimer into that Shadow Realm, and no more turrets will be there. But we now get a first glimpse at the second pick phase. Misfortune getting stolen away from the Sora hover earlier on.
And Misfortune is such a strong champion in team fights. You've got the bullet time to just come over the top with all of that AoE. So strong. It's good for taking advantage of chaotic team fights as well. As we mentioned, there's a lot of ways to counter that, but we've got the Vi locked in here. I'm curious to see what this team comp is, because right now, there's no marksman picked up. This might get really spicy, and sometimes those spicy picks can just throw you off, and I think Sora, they're going for something a little bit off the wall here.
Yeah, I think the name of the game here, Adam, was literally like, okay, we're going to have our jungle get to pick whatever the heck they want. We have Master Yi, Hecarim, Vi, Amumu, all 4 champions who are notorious in that jungle role. So will Lore Keeper pick the Hecarim? I would imagine, based on the style of play that we're probably going to get, looking to be more lane heavy and make an impact in the lanes, look to gank, look to fight. Hecarim is likely the choice, but what worries me is that bottom lane. We both talked about how impactful that lane can actually be, but what happens when you get something that isn't of the norm? You have a Vi and a Mumu potentially in the bottom lane, and MF and Kaisa. 2 marksmen versus 2 tanks. What happens?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Mordekaiser can technically jungle as well. Who knows? They might just all take smite and just look to secure as many objectives as possible.
Just all go mid. All mid, baby. All mid.
Just end the game as quickly as possible. All jokes aside, though, there is some way that this comp can work. If everyone is lined up in order, by all means, I don't know what's going on in that sense. But at the same time, if I don't know what's going on, Shecky, how are you supposed to know what's going on? How are Monroe supposed to know what's going on? We have no metric for what this team can accomplish, and that's a good thing. I want to say that's an extremely good thing because they can come out and surprise us with some crazy plays that we aren't expecting. On the flip side, while we get a little bit more of a normal composition, sometimes you draft this composition saying, I'm going to pick for comfort. If you don't know how to play against a certain champion, it can be really hard even on those comfort picks. So I am curious. This is definitely a very interesting game.
Definitely so. And as we hit the last cat meme out, curiosity killed the cat, as they say, Adam, as the cat memes are now no longer. We do have another glimpse really quickly before we get into the lobby of Team Monroe versus Team Sora. We're going to go ahead and cue the video once more. And when we get back, we have game 2, Sora versus Monroe. Don't go anywhere.
When I was younger, I had a lot of trouble making friends. I have ADHD, and so I was really lonely. And so what I did is I turned to my computer and did what every lonely kid does. Get online, start gaming. A lot of people do it mainly just for the fun of it, or just a distraction, or maybe ranking up. But for me, when I'm gaming, I'm at my most peaceful, and I'm just immensely calm. It helped me make friends, learn how to socialize better, and it just bolstered up my confidence in general. Watching kind of your protagonist overcome challenges, and it made me feel I could overcome my challenges. Now I hope I can make other people feel the same.
Bullying took away some of my happiness and confidence I had in doing several things. One thing esports has given me back is confidence and also a new purpose.
Very passionate individual, while you have a very good leader in Ryan King, and it looks like it's that leadership that has that core fundamental for their team.
The purpose esports has given me is bringing people together and forging bonds with each other.
What I got most out of esports was the ability to work better with a team. I was the youngest player and my teammates had no idea. I was afraid if they found out that they wouldn't take me as seriously because I was younger than them.
He's burning down though, and No Name puts himself on the board.
But it gave me a boost of encouragement when I won the first tournament. When I won, I realized it wasn't about my age. It was about my strategy and my ability to think ahead.
For me, one of my biggest struggles has been social anxiety, which for me, and probably most cases of people, is not being able to talk to anyone. Esports has been like an exposure to my fears of talking to other people. And this exposure to my fear, I think, has really helped me get over it.
Wow, Froggy Bunwich, are you kidding me? That damage was absolutely bonkers.
The harder the battle to victory, the more I appreciate the victory. I guess the main thing I'm trying to prove is just that I can.
When I was younger, I always stood in the background, being the emotional and physical support. I never truly felt like I had to step out of the shadows of my peers. Video games had been my only way of showing off my talents and even rise to the same level of others. But now, as I stand alongside my teammates, I'm not just seen as a shadow or simply just background noise. I matter, I'm needed, and I'm here to win.
My name is Tori, but on the Rift I go by Mind Boots. I was marked with names like Freak, Loser, and Idiot, and oddly enough, those are the ones I remember the most because those are the ones that left the biggest mark. That's why I'm on the Rift, to add new marks, ones with progress and strength, instead of sulk and suffering.
In my experience, the biggest struggle I've had is anxiety. It's really easy to focus on the negative. But in our last tournament, I found myself in a leadership position, and we kept winning, and we made it into the finals. Now, I find myself surrounded by teammates with incredible potential, and I'm amazed to find myself to be one of them.
Welcome back on in Ekuso Winter Invitational, game number 2 of the night, of the evening. Team Sora versus Team Monroe. Adam, we did have a glimpse at both of the intro vids earlier on. Got a flashback now of the intro on here. Are we still keeping our predictions the same, or what are we looking at here for this game?
I am curious to see what comes through, because I see some people already switching up the lanes. The Heimerdinger might be going down bot lane as well. I'm going to wait to see what happens in this early game, but I think that I've still got to give a slight edge to Monroe.
Definitely so. I do think as we do fix out a couple of technical difficulties here, we're going to go to a quick break. And I guess we'll have a couple of seconds to analyze this game again here, Adam. So look, just really quickly, I do believe we've seen the Heimerdinger swap from the mid lane down to the bottom here. So although it's not the double marksman that it looked like it was going to be, it's still not of the norm.
I actually want to bring to light a very interesting composition. And this somehow ties back to Faith in a way. So Faith, for those of you who didn't know, did play for UT Dallas all those years ago in CLOL.
Yes, sir.
The other UT team, the one that made CLOL this year, UT Austin, they played Heimerdinger support. Like, legitimately Heimerdinger support. They played that with a normal AD carry. And
really,
for some reason, I feel like there's some sort of Faith being like, you know what? You like this champion? Why don't you play it support? Try this out and put it down there. And it somehow ends up still being sort of this niche, slightly off meta pick. I'm really reaching for a connection here, but regardless, I'm curious to see what happens here, because you're able to push these lanes so effectively. On the flip side, though, we've got Stahlberg pulling out the Vi in the bottom lane, taking double defensive summoners. I don't think Stahlberg's dying in lane here, at least not without a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, you mentioned earlier on, you know, it's not something you've casted very often, seeing a Heimerdinger, neither have I, frankly, because it's not played very, very often. So I do think there's going to be a bit of a burden of proof for the side of Team Monroe to really show that, hey, you can pick Heimer. Guess what? I can do it. I'm more curious, though, about this mid lane and top lane matchup, as Master Yi into the top lane, going to drop a control ward, making sure you have control of that bush, not allowing Regine to really take over the lane.
And I think that, especially with this Wukong, your power spike really sort of happens at level 2. If anything, that's when you can sort of get your electrocute proc off in that sense. What this means is that Regine on this top side is really looking for more damage as opposed to the more healing, more sustained version of the Wukong. What that means is they took their protein for breakfast. They're not looking for those equal trades. They just went all meat. They had a steak for breakfast. That's what they're doing with this build.
All gas, baby, no brakes. As already we do have Regine be hitting level 2 first, but back at bottom, just so peculiar to see the two jungle picture. Every time I look back bottom, I'm like, oh, the jungle's ganking. I'm like, oh, no, it's not. It's Marigold and Stahlberg doing amazing off-meta things here in the bottom. We do already see a bit of a problem here where we're going to have a struggle to really get those minions here and get what's known as the CS to get experience, get gold. Depot and Blair are going to take the lead in terms of gold. There is a big wave here, so Stahlberg can have a chance to catch up.
Yeah, and that's what happens in ranged versus melee matchups, is that the ranged champions, they have an easier time farming the minions. Getting your creep score up, it's basically a good indication of your micro skill in a sense, your sort of individual skill in lane. And thus far, we're seeing Blend in mid lane farming quite well through 2 waves here. 12 CS, I think that's the amount of minions that you get in the first 2 waves. It's been 3 waves, but engage here.
Oh, Marigold barely running. Can they make it out? Yes, they can. Barely surviving there, but a really nice, aggressive start. Do have Monroe's bottom lane still having both of their abilities here, but back at top, Ragin just completely disregarding the tower, said, I want a kill, and Captcha said, so do I.
And honestly, well played by the Master Yi. You've got your Alpha Strike, which makes you invulnerable for that little bit of time, which is super important because you're able to sort of drop away from that damage. And unfortunately for Ragin on the top side there, just a little bit too much damage from the tower. It does stack up really quickly in that early game, and that's just the difference maker on that top side of the map.
Well, Blair doing a good job in the mid lane. I know one of the issues was the Mordekaiser mid. Tiny Sugarette is doing her best to really kind of stay in here, get some aggression onto Bled, but again, not a lane that Tiny is most familiar with. We're going to see if they have what it takes to get back in. Meanwhile, this is that early game pressure Lorekeeper was talking about here, just going very deep. Still gets the heal and the flash from D-Pot, making them a lot more vulnerable when push comes to shove.
And I'm actually really liking how this farming is going on this bottom side, despite it being, your melee Vi on the bottom side. She's still doing a decent job of keeping it close in terms of the farm. Of note, you can see Marigold has a little bit more CS than you'd expect, but that's just because of the support item. What it does, it executes those minions below a certain threshold, making it so that you get gold not only on the Amumu, but also on the Vi. You get them on both champions, which is really big on this bot side, especially when you're going double melee. I remember back in the day when Mordekaiser was played bot lane, just take Relic Shield on Mordekaiser as well, just to be able to execute those minions and push the wave a little bit faster.
Speaking of Relic Shield, and on the topic of support items, we actually don't have a support item being built from the Monroe squad, so no extra gold will be there. They have the damage, though. Lorekeeper does go in, looking for the repeat gank. D-Pot already very low. Impulse looking for the stun. Can't quite get it off cooldown in time, but it does not matter. All is well. No harm, no foul. They're going to be okay in the bottom.
And well played from Lorekeeper to re-gank the lane. After you've burned those summoner spells, you just want to keep going back to that. You want to push forward your advantage on the bottom side of the map. So very curious to see where Lorekeeper goes from here. But DJ Fire King, this entire time, has just been farming up a storm. Once we get to that level 6 mark, once they get that Heartbreaker, we're going to see where they stake their claim, I believe. And of note, it's Lethal Tempo Viego. This is something you're not normally used to seeing. Lethal Tempo gives you a lot of attack speed, not as much healing, so we'll see if they go for more of a damage-centric approach. Oh, Captcha.
Level 6s now being used. Captcha doing a lot, but more damage is being taken. Ragin is able to find that kill. Barely low on mana, but still enough to get the job done.
Yeah, level 6, a big market there as Marigold. Just got to be a little bit careful, but they're going to collect this dragon here for themselves, which is really good, getting that early game sort of objective under control. But on the top side, Ragin just a little bit too much damage to deal with there. Captcha not quite getting enough auto attacks down on the Master Yi. Still had that heal as well, could have potentially used that to stay alive.
J Fire King now slowly making his way down in some of the lanes here. Very well played on his end, by the way, from coming mid, making sure that the wave doesn't just get frozen there, meaning their minions end up dying and no experience or gold can be taken. Monroe's bottom getting a little bit of that turret plating gold. Pre 14 minutes, you get extra gold, the more damage you do to turrets.
Yeah, getting those plates is really good. It's a big objective for a lot of pro teams. In the early game, they just try and get that as quickly as possible. Of note, in the mid lane here, this Kaisa still doing a great job of just keeping up that pace, always wanting to push that lane in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we can expect as well that with Blad taking the electrocute there, we're going to see a bit more of a burst-heavy approach. You have to hold that thought for now. Marigold, in a bit of a rough position here, is able to go back to the tier 1 turret. DJ Fire King just saying, hey guys, I haven't forgot about you down here.
Yeah, and Captcha just clearing out that wave, actually using the ult to just get a little bit more attack speed to clear that out. Actually not bad, because in this situation, you can punish the likes of Ragin on that back. They don't have the teleport. They can't get to lane as quick. So, you're going to be able to push that lane and get a little bit more of an advantage and maybe get a plate as well for your trouble.
Really interesting how half of the creep score in the bottom as well is just being split up 50-50. Half D-Pot, half onto Impulse. So we're going to see what they can utilize that gold on in terms of items. Marigold going to find the bandage. Not going to get quite follow up yet until Stahlberg hits that level 6. Not the best engage from the Vi for now. Marigold going in once more. Deepot going to slowly walk away. Flash will be burned from Marigold here. And now Stahlberg and Marigold. One summoner spell down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Marigold, unless you hit that level 6 where you get your ultimate. Oh my goodness, wait a sec. A lot of damage.
One big turret.
Big old turret, yeah. The power of the H20 or 28H, is that what they're called?
Okay, now you're just showing off, Adam.
Listen,
no one remembers the name of Heimerdinger turret, man.
Listen, I promised myself I would learn it eventually. I know that the E is the electron grenade, which is kind of cool, but yeah, they're like the CH28 turrets or something like that from Impulse.
I call it the Elemental P turret.
Yeah, just the alphabet turret. That's what we'll call them.
It's one of those letters. But back at top, oh, we have Raging starting the fight, but Captcha wants to still follow up. Press the attack is on. Movement speed from Captcha. Gonna be running back. You do not want to quite fight in that minion wave. Ooh. But oh no, bottom now wants a little bit more of the action, and it's Depot who falls short. Sora picking up their second kill. Captcha walking away safely.
And well played, actually, from Avai there, from Stahlberg to cancel that out. Captcha. Ooh. Big
okay, you said gotcha. No, you don't. Back at mid. Kid Blah. Can do escape here. It's not quite need to use the ultimate just yet. Shield and dash still saved.
They're going to be able to stay alive from that, but as I was mentioning on the bottom side, Vi with the cease and desist not coming through. It was the Vault Breaker, sorry, that just punched Depot right out of that bullet time, saving Marigold and Stahlberg in the process. Getting a kill on this Vi, it's really big because this Vi, if you can get a couple of tank items, she can be quite the menace, but Depot looking for it.
Wow. Nice little pickup there with the Q. Look, I'm looking at the items right now, Adam. I can't quite tell. I can't put my finger on it. Something looks a little suspect here. I'm not quite sure if it is the Riot client.
No,
I know I've had to click the O key a couple times, but yeah, Fire King hasn't reset. No items in the pocket just yet. I mean, there's not much pressure on the map from the jungle from Monroe.
There's not much pressure on the map on either side after... Oh, Chagret.
Ooh, tower? Nice pickup from Blair.
The towers are OP. They do a lot of damage. Lord Keeper on the bottom side.
Well, Lore Keeper making sure they're manning up for their word in Twitch chat, and it's Depot getting taken away from the fight once more. Remember, we do have a Tear the Goddess Misfortune from Depot, so not very strong until you see that 189 turn into 350, and the Manamune is built.
You got to see that Manamune capture, though. Top side.
Yeah, Raging just making sure that Master Yi feels the pull. Now back at the bottom here, Impulse looking to run away, and the health bar goes from a little bit of red to completely black, and Marigold picks up the kill.
See, crying can get you somewhere. Can get you a kill in the bottom lane there. Marigold able to pick that up, but yeah, I was mentioning it, there wasn't a whole lot of jungle action since that happened, and Lore Keeper makes me eat some of my words right after that, but as you can see, DJ Fire King has just been power clearing throughout the jungle, now picking up a themselves. I think realistically at some point they're going to back and start picking up some items, but once they reset, they're going to have so much gold in the inventory, and if we can actually check on the individual gold there, we should be able to see how much they're sitting on, because I think at this point it's got to be a completed mythic.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty massive here. I think DJ Fire King is just doing the 10k gold challenge. Oh, meanwhile, mid Lore Keeper just has so much pressure on the map, and it still goes back to Fire King still holding on to that gold. Hasn't quite spent it yet, being a bit of a loot hoarder here, but once he spends it, you got a whole different ball game here, Adam.
And you can see it right there. You know, it's 3,000 gold in the inventory of both junglers, actually. So a lot of gold to be spent on either side. Even this Vi from Stahlberg has a decent amount in the inventory. So we'll see what they end up picking up for their troubles. I think the Viego just bought here, so we'll see what it was. But ooh.
Okay, ultimate from Depot, but it's Marigold who's looking in to try to save the ally, but cannot save themselves. The Mumu is going to be down as well. Monroe going to try to get a kill in the top lane, but it's not for free. You got to pay in blood. It's going to be 1-4-2 across the board. It looks like items are now back up.
Yeah, you can see Viego going towards the Blade of the Ruined King. Of note, Viego canonically is the Ruined King, so just, buying the item that they their
Double
own
trouble, baby.
item? You know, do you get 2 blades then if you're Viego? Like, does he double wield? Oh, always been a question to ask.
Yeah, and then the ability name is also Blade of the Rune King, so it's at least the Blade of the Rune King isn't any longer an active item, so no too crazy of confusion. But they shout out to production for showing that gold there, but now it's Bleh who finds himself again in the death realm. Can they find tower as salvation? Tiny Sugarette able to get some damage out, but Bleh able to heal. Oh my gosh, Tiny Sugarette gonna fall a little bit too short. Bleh just perfectly played.
Honestly, really well played to get that heal off in time, and just fighting everywhere on this map. Oh man, Marigold.
Marigold might be okay here. We do have Stahlberg now, and self-proclaimed potentially best player to worry about here, but Marigold is able to find to the back line. Teapot now very low. Can Stahlberg have what it takes to clean up the fight? Cannot fight into Heimerdinger turrets. Mid lane goes boom. Monroe with the lead.
Monroe using that Rift Herald that was picked up earlier by DJ Fire King to great advantage. Of note, actually using EDG Viego, new skin come out. So, got to make sure you're flexing that one on the Rift as well. But, under tower once again.
I don't know, Raging just doesn't seem to care that these towers are there. And Capture is just utilizing it, and rightfully so.
And Master Yi's a champion where if you get a little bit too much gold on that champion, it's so hard to take down. Very strong in the later stages, but Sugarette looking for it once again. They might have the damage this time.
Knight is there. Can't have the obliterate hit too much. Fire King looking to walk away, and he walks back to his tier 1. Tiny Sugarette sees blood. Eyes are red. Bleh falls down. Tiny Sugarette dies in the process.
DJ Fire King just gonna dance on the body as well. Come on, man. Lived with a sliver. You gotta say not even close after that one, but just gonna...
Look at the flex.
What is this,
Look
man?
at him flexing. Well, look at Lore Keeper is here. You know they might want to make a cheeky flash play. The tower's on them, though. And Fire King, oh my gosh. The guns are out. Sun is out. Now back at bottom. Marigold and taken away one more time. One of the bad parts of having double melee, and Monroe taking advantage.
And unfortunately for Stahlberg, not really able to get in and get enough damage down. Maybe with the cease and desist, they would have had enough. They still have those 2 defensive summoners available, but it doesn't seem like they want to pull the trigger quite yet. And something else to note is they opted for the plated steel caps. While it gives you that armor to deal with the misfortune, not so great against the likes of the Heimerdinger, who does all that magic damage.
Not so great indeed. And again, this is one of the shortcomings from the side of Team Sora based on what they've drafted here. It's essentially having 5 tanks or 5 frontline equivalent to 5 linemen. Do you do the damage though? Tiny Sugarette looking to prove me wrong. Here comes the jungler Lore Keeper into the back line. Bleh is able to find the kill in the death realm. Who's really stuck with who? Fire King looking to try to take out Lore King. Bleh in the mix, able to fight, able to stay alive, and a double kill over to the mid lane for the side of Monroe.
And Bleh, on this Kaisa, says that's 5. That's 5 kills picked up by this Kaisa. She's so strong if she gets ahead as well. And my goodness, this Kaisa is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. One thing to note is, actually fighting on the bottom side again.
Okay, ulti is out for Marigold. Stahlberg wants to try to help out. You know, unintentionally, I do think Impulse actually has like a very big brain, no pun intended with the Heimerdinger, but big brain counterplay by picking the Heimer here. Not only does it block the turret, blocks the Amumu bandage. If he bandages on you, he's also going to just get hit with a lot of turret damage.
It's really good. I mean, Heimerdinger is able to just sort of soak up all that pressure, and if there's not enough vault to sort of just blast them down. Oh, Marigold.
Bang, bang.
Oh, so close.
They still might be looking here. Marigold's playing with fire. Oh, there's the bullet time. Guns are blazing.
Oh, no,
Stahlberg also caught in the ceasefire. No, Impulse!
Oh, he was on the tower.
This is an execute.
Yeah. Only gold is going to be going back to the Rift. Yeah.
You got to zoom on the bodies. You got to do them dirty like that.
Come on, man. But regardless, well played from Depot to just sit in that bush, and opting for this Manamune Misfortune means that she does a lot of single target damage there. At the same time here with Blend, the mid lane, you've got 2 really strong late game carries in the pocket here for the side of Monroe. 80 carries like to scale up towards that later stage of the game. Think of it like... it's like relief pitchers in a way. You want to get to that later stage that you can set up for your closer, your setup man, to close the door in that sense. You want to put your opponent into that checkmate. And in a lot of ways, with the builds that are coming through, I see Wit's End now in the works for this Kaisa as well. Not only is she going to be outputting a whole lot of damage, but also she's going to be quite tanky to deal with.
Uh-oh, Blaz up to no good here. Slowly tiptoeing to the Jordans in the back line, but it is going to be a 1v4. And yeah, kind of what was expected to happen there. A little bit too soon, but Fire King now looking to play Savior. Couple of fights going on at once. Lore Keeper gets the feared. Fire King cannot respond. 2 dead for Monroe. It looks like Sora making a bit of a comeback here. Marigold maybe says Snecky spoke too soon. Backs on out. HP still there. But now, behind the front line, here comes Ragin, finding a little bit of damage here. Lore Keeper getting low. Ragin's able to take him down. Ragin's looking for more. Cyclone moving the body now, looking for a couple of more kills. Able to go in the Death Realm. Can he go heads up? Tiny Sugarette is able to steal a little bit of stats when you are in the Mordekaiser ultimate here. But here you have Impulse and Depot waiting in melee range. 2 range champions, very squishy, gonna get a lot of damage on it, but there, bullet time coming out now. Stahlberg having to walk away. Ragin looking to try and help out. We're gonna see the Nimbus Strike coming out. Q-proc, and down goes the 3rd kill for the fight for Ragin, looking for 1 more in Stahlberg. Stahlberg turns, but Stahlberg will burn. 2 double kills for Monroe in the same fight.
Yeah, count it up. Ragin gets 4 kills for themselves on this Wukong and looking for even more. Capture, no!
Oh, an unofficial penna was looking to be attempted here from Ragin. Not quite there, though. Double-double still fired. Double-double is still good.
Yeah, and double-double, put that in your coffee, put that on the Rift, call it Ragin right there as this Wukong is being able to blaze a trail. Strong champion right now. More fighting, though.
Master Yi looking. Depot is able to take out the top laner here, but Riptero going forward now. Tier 1 turret very, very low. 1 more kill over to DJ Fire King. Looking for the second one. Resets after resets upon towers after inhibitor. As now it is very vulnerable for the base of Team Sora. Tiny Sugar Red does want to help out just a little bit. Stahlberg is there as well. Shelly is able to get 1 more hit onto the tier 3 turret. Another kill over to DJ Fire King. This might be spelling the end right now out of his Tiny Sugar Red is unable to defend the second tier 4 turret base with nothing else to defend it now, and Monroe looking for the win.
And Monroe just going to end it off of that push. The Rift Herald helping them out so much to just accelerate that game, but honestly, Monroe, they had the more standard draft despite a couple of off-meta picks, specifically the Heimerdinger. It still ended up working out really well in their favor, and Monroe ended up taking this one.
Very, very well-played game here. I think that was just one of the shortcomings from the side of the Sora squadron there. That was just a little bit too much to overcome. Having those 5 melee threats, again, is like going to a football game, having 5 linemen. Your quarterback isn't there. The ball's being carried by 1 random lineman, in which even the linemen don't know who is carrying the ball. So, A for effort. I appreciate them trying new things and trying off-meta picks. I mean, you don't grow if you don't try some of the wrong things sometimes. So definitely A for effort. Unfortunately, it was more of a theoretical than in practice there, Adam. But I think a good performance overall from both of the squadrons here. And Monroe just had a little bit too much of a lead too early on.
And I think a really big thing to learn about League of Legends is meta. And meta is something that some people are okay with. Some people don't like it as much because it gets stale, it gets boring. And in the sense, we got to see off meta. Sora picked what they wanted to. They picked sort of their comfort. And for a little bit, it was working out. This Master Yi top lane, Ragin just didn't want to focus on the towers. You know what? Sometimes you're just like, towers are a myth. They don't actually exist. And Capture was able to take advantage of that in a lot of ways, but Ragin still on this Wukong. It's such a strong champion right now. It's been picked up at all of these Riot events recently. MSI, it's been picked up. Jungle has been picked up. Top lane, picked up support. It's so strong in the meta that you've got to respect that champion. And in a lot of ways, they just had a little bit more of a set piece comp come through from Monroe that worked towards what is good in the meta right now, where Sora, despite their comfort picks, didn't quite work out in their favor this time around.
Yeah, you see, Adam, back when I was in high school, back when back in my day, no, back when I was in high school and League of Legends was barely becoming a thing, I pretty much just played Teemo and right-clicked on my mouse.
No.
So to
Come
see
on, man.
the side of Sora starting so early on and being prone to experiencing and to growing by playing some compositions like this, and, you know, sometimes you learn the hard way, but very, very solid effort on them. We've seen Lorekeeper still deliver on their promise in the Twitch chat. They said, hey, I'm going to gank. You better be ready. And the bottom lane for Monroe did take quite a bit of a beating. But as for the rest of the map, Monroe just got too far ahead on that one. Viego, very good pick. Not an easy champion to be able to operate as well, being that when your ultimate works and your passive ends up going out, you're not just playing one champion. You're playing all 5 of the enemy team.
Yeah, you've got to know how to play every champion. I think that's the most surprising thing about DJ Fire King here, is just saying, you know what, I have the confidence to pick this champion. I will play the enemy champions better than the enemies themselves. And it's sort of a confidence booster in that sense when you're able to pull that off. And I think in this game specifically, we got to see DJ Fire King, especially on that last push, really push forward. And man, this is some of the most BM stuff I've ever seen. DJ Fire King, you know, you get the kill, and then he goes back onto the body, dances all over their grave. That's disrespect at its finest, and that's how you know that they're going to be a good League of Legends player, because you got to have that grit, you got to have that salt in the wound, and then Lorekeeper. Oh man.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, I was trying to be a non-biased caster, and then I type in Twitch chat, and now I expose myself. You can see I voted for Team Sora there. But I'll tell you what, I think a lot of it was based on, you know, the composition that drafted here for both of the teams here. And you mentioned even during the pre-lobby, when I was kind of asking about what was really expected, you created the emphasis on, hey, Shineki, it really has to do with what champions that are being drafted and how they're able to execute. And I think Monroe drafted correctly. Okay, not ideally, but correctly in this case, and executed well.
I think that's the main thing. There's a lot of ways that you can interpret the meta. So long as you've got certain set pieces in there, you'll be okay. And I think Monroe displayed that. And this push, it's just, they were just able to take this one fight here, push all the way down. I mean, this is 18:45 at this point in the game. The next just 3 minutes are constant Monroe pushing, and they just felt confident in their own ability to end the game, and that's exactly what happened. And honestly, really good flank out of Ragin. This is something that some players take years to figure out, and for Ragin as a newer player, it's really good to see that they've already got that game sense to find the flanks when they matter and effectively win the game off of that.
Yeah, I got to be honest, looking back at the replay now with the expert commentary, I kind of felt like the game was like, okay, this is really close, it's really intense, and out of nowhere, that flank you were just talking about just absolutely completely turned the game. Sure, Monroe already had a bit of a lead here, but it wasn't like 0 to 100 where instantly the game goes down. They used the Rift Herald, executed the flank, and apparently was enough to get the game.
Honestly, super well played, and excited to see what the next matchup has in store, because once again we're going to get ourselves a matchup where it's more so about the player strength as opposed to the team strength as a whole. It's going to be about these players working together, balancing out these teams to give us some sort of showcase, and I'm curious to see what comes out, because our first matchup slightly one-sided in favor of Blaze, but still a good performance on both sides. I'm curious to see if Team Pride or Team Old Faithful will end up taking that one, because a lot of interesting picks on that side as well.
Yeah, I think it's funny you mentioned that too, because one of the things I notice here, and I'm slowly noticing as the day progresses here, but when you have game number 1, right, Team Frost versus Team Blaze, what that means is, like you said, it's a bit of a hodgepodge here. You have players from different schools coming together with only, let's say, a week practice, whereas game number 2, you have Team Sora, Team Monroe, 2 teams who've had a lot more practice, yet it was game number 2 that had the more of an off-meta composition that isn't really standard and isn't really ideal. So what to really expect from Old Faithful and Pride here? Again, I'm going to refer to Adam here and just say we got to wait for the darn draft, but do have to wait a little bit longer here, as we are going to get ready for game number 3 between Team Pride and Team Old Faithful. We are going to have to go to a quick break and get those games set up. We'll be right back.
When I was younger, I had a lot of trouble making friends. I have ADHD, and so I was really lonely. And so what I did is I turned to my computer and did what every lonely kid does. Get online, start gaming. A lot of people do it mainly just for the fun of it, or just a distraction, or maybe ranking up. But for me, when I'm gaming, I'm at my most peaceful, and I'm just immensely calm. It helped me make friends, learn how to socialize better, and it just bolstered up my confidence in general. Watching kind of your protagonist overcome challenges, and it made me feel I could overcome my challenges. Now I hope I can make other people feel the same.
Bullying took away some of my happiness and confidence I had in doing several things. One thing esports has given me back is confidence and also a new purpose.
Very passionate individual. Well, you have a very good leader in Ryan King, and it looks like it's that leadership that has that core fundamental for their team.
The purpose esports has given me is bringing people together and forging bonds with each other.
What I got most out of esports was the ability to work better with a team. I was the youngest player and my teammates had no idea. I was afraid if they found out that they wouldn't take me as seriously because I was younger than them.
He's burning down though, and No Name puts himself on the board.
But it gave me a boost of encouragement when I won the first tournament. When I won, I realized it wasn't about my age. It was about my strategy and my ability to think ahead.
For me, one of my biggest struggles has been social anxiety, which for me, and probably most cases of people, is not being able to talk to anyone. Esports has been like an exposure to my fears of talking to other people. And this exposure to my fear, I think, has really helped me get over it.
Wow, Froggy Bunwich, are you kidding me? That damage was absolutely bonkers.
The harder the battle to victory, the more I appreciate the victory. I guess the main thing I'm trying to prove is just that I can.
When I was younger, I always stood in the background, being the emotional and physical support. I never truly felt like I had to step out of the shadows of my peers. Video games had been my only way of showing off my talents and even rise to the same level of others. But now, as I stand alongside my teammates, I'm not just seen as a shadow or simply just background noise. I matter, I'm needed, and I'm here to win.
My name is Tori, but on the Rift I go by Mind Boots. I was marked with names like Freak, Loser, and Idiot, and oddly enough, those are the ones I remember the most because those are the ones that left the biggest mark. That's why I'm on the Rift, to add new marks, ones with progress and strength, instead of sulk and suffering.
In my experience, the biggest struggle I've had is anxiety. It's really easy to focus on the negative. But in our last tournament, I found myself in a leadership position, and we kept winning, and we made it into the finals. Now, I find myself surrounded by teammates with incredible potential, and I'm amazed to find myself to be one of them.
Welcome back on in, guys, to the Ekuso Winter Invitational, as we do wait for one of our members to finish the most epic game of solo queue to ever have been played ever. Right before we go to the schedule, though, I know Faith wanted to bring something up as I was trying to beg my way into my very own Ekuso jersey.
It's just right over here. It's funny you
Okay.
mentioned that. So last semester, we happened to commission some jerseys to be made, really high quality. They're about $70 to make, so pretty expensive. You can actually win your very own Ekuso jersey. We're actually doing a giveaway. We're giving I don't know how many away, but at least two. All you
Okay.
have to do is post on Instagram. This was kind of thought out in my dream 2 nights ago, so maybe we
Nice.
should prep this more in advance. But basically, all you have to do is like take a selfie or like get your family photo, because I know a lot of families are watching at home, like on the big screen. Like a lot of grandparents are watching, a lot of parents are watching, administrators, whatever. So yeah, take like a selfie, get someone to go to the back room, take a picture of you, and just post it on Instagram. Tag us at @EkusoGG, and yeah, we'll prep this better next time. But yeah, that's all you got to do to win an Ekuso jersey.
Can
Or
confirm,
hoodie.
me and Adam will be taking a screenshot of the broadcast and posting on Instagram and tagging Ekuso
Yeah.
for the summer invitational. By the way, guys, thanks for auto correcting that. But Faith, I gotta say, first two games really excited. You kind of hit the nail right on it when we were talking about the schedule, which again we get to go over once more. You had mentioned how games 1 and 3 were going to be the more, mixed up teams, where games 2 and 4 had complete teams from each school. But I remember you had brought up how this game, as you guys can see about to start, Team Pride versus Team Old Faithful, was apparently one of the highest level games that we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, just to recap the previous matches, in game 1 we had Frost Blaze. That again was like the mixed matches. Game 2, where Blaze took the win. Sora versus Monroe in game 2, you saw Monroe barely edge out the win. It was a really close game, hard-fought victory from Monroe. I think, honestly, if you think about it, like, objectively speaking, I think the games are really balanced, but what came to, like, I think team chemistry is really important, and when you have a hodgepodge and, like, mix of players, the chemistry kind of is weird, right? So in Pride versus Faithful, I think now I'm starting to get a picture, like, whoever has a better team chemistry in terms of playstyle and just personality, I think you'll find the win. But we do have a sponsor segment coming up. Thank you so much to our sponsor, Apply with Sanity. When I went to college, I had no idea what I was doing. Not to mention I did poorly in high school. But anyways, the main thing is like, I mean, it is what it is, right? Anyways, so yeah, I mean, if you need help deciding, figuring out, learning about like the process between like, being a junior, writing essays, applying for colleges, if you need help, if you have questions, if you need consultation, they're here to help. A lot of their content is free. Please check them out. Yeah, it's just like I wish I did it, back when I was in high school. So they're really helpful.
Yeah, we were going over some mottos, and Faith was saying his old motto back when he was in college was he's get degrees. And I told him, Faith, that's true, but that's not how it works, man. This is not how it works.
Yeah, I mean, you live and you learn, you grow, and yeah. I wish it was better.
Definitely so. And for those of you guys tuning in, again, this is Game 3 for tonight's League of Legends broadcast. And just to kind of give a brief explanation, we do have Adam here, who again does do the collegiate League of Legends program at the University of Ottawa. He is a manager there. Why don't you walk us through, Adam, just a broad level overview of what some of our viewers back home may be experiencing?
Yeah, so I think especially when you look at sort of how collegiate has evolved over time. It used to be this sort of upper echelon, sort of this haute couture sort of thing, where it was only the top level players that were really informed of all of this. And I think in some ways Faith can speak to this as one of those top players long ago, where it was what, just 5-6 guys just playing League of Legends together, and that's how it worked. And if you were good, you were good. If you weren't, well, so be it. But now there's this huge dynamic shift that's coming through. 300 schools, I think, in America are offering scholarships for esports now across various different titles. In Canada as well, there's a huge push towards that, integrating esports clubs with esports teams and making these competitive esports clubs a reality. And I think that it's not something to be scared of in a lot of ways. As esports grows and it continues to be a huge growing sector, not only in online media but in our real life media as well. Like, think about Worlds this year, where there's going to be huge sports stadiums filled to the brim with League fans for Worlds in North America this year. Think about how big of an impact that can have on teenagers going to university or college, going from high school to that next stage, and where you want to have that feeling of belonging in that sense. And I think that a lot of collegiate teams, a lot of collegiate clubs in that sense are super, super good at making people feel included, especially in a space where realistically, there's always been this stigma, right? You know, oh, the gamers, they're going to stay in their mom's basement. Well,
hey, man, what's wrong with my mom's basement? What's wrong with my mom's basement, Adam?
Too. I'm gonna just be real, but at the same time, the stigma has started to shift away, and I think that there's a lot more inclusion that can be taken into the esports scene, and it's been really cool to see how the esports scene even bands together over just real world problems as well. You know, you always see this group of people just be able to bond over esports, and it's really magical in that sense.
Well, especially with Ekuso, right? Not only are they bonding in that way, they're also growing and developing as individuals. The same type of development, if not more, than you can also get from, you know, a team sport. Like I used to wrestle in high school, and I got to tell you, I've learned a lot playing League of Legends as well. And as we do get, you know, an insight into the next two teams, again, Team Pride versus Old Faithful coming up. We do have it ready here, so we're going to get a glimpse to which teams we'll be watching right now, which again, Faith put a lot of excitement on this game. So first glance at Team Pride coming at you now. And there you have it for Team Pride. Again, we have Average Monkey holding it up there in the top lane on their own little island with Ghost Boy in the jungle. Heal Power in the mid lane with Sorex and Juno. We've actually seen these two play together. I believe it was back in either the 5v5 ARAM or 2v2 tournament back in the day here. But Adam, I know Faith put a lot of impact on this game here. I'm pretty excited to see, as already these players have been growing day in, day out, learning to play together. Team Pride been playing together for about a week now, so we're going to see how they have come together in the last 7 days and what they can really show us here on today's game.
And I think in a lot of ways, in the same vein as how Clash exists, right? You band together with your friends and you're like, hey, what are we picking? And sometimes you just, you know, pick whatever you want. You go 0-3 and you come 8th in that, and, you know, happens to the best of us. Happened last night to me, but that's okay. Regardless, in a lot of other ways, sometimes for Clash, it's that taste of competitive experience for some of these teams to push themselves forward and do extremely well. So I'm curious to see how Team Pride is able to pull through here. But at the same time, you have to take a look at Team Old Faithful as well.
Yeah, I think we do have that ready as well. Old Faithful, here we go. And as we give it up for the Team Old Faithful here, again, shout out to Not Danny in the top lane, Overtrees in the jungle role, Destruction in the mid lane, and for the bottom here, we do have Random NPC 777 feeling lucky, and Potatoes are cool. I agree. I definitely am a tater tot enjoyer here. But Adam, we got two really good teams here. And just to kind of take a step back and give some of the newer audience a bit of a glimpse into what League of Legends is, essentially, it's a game of chess where your goal is to take down the enemy king. In this game, the enemy king is a big red or blue base called a nexus. And the chess pieces are players that have a character that does a lot of different things, and both teams have to try to get to their enemy nexus first. And in between are a couple of towers and a couple of objectives that help you succeed that. And the first step in doing that is to choose which pieces you want to bring on the chessboard, which we go to the draft now, where both teams get a chance to both pick and ban some characters.
Yeah, I think in essence, League of Legends is capture the flag at like super basic core. You take down the enemy base, you win, but there's so much nuance that goes into it, not only because there's 160 different champions in the game, but you've got draft, as we mentioned, picks, bans, you know, certain things are going to do better against certain other units. In a sense, you know, sometimes you want to just get your bishop to take the knight, but then the knight just comes out, takes the L, goes somewhere else, takes a little bit of an alternative path in that way. Finding it's interesting to explain League without explaining League in that sense, you know, without using League terms. It's so
Right.
It's really interesting, and this is an interesting thought experiment at its base. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of possibility there, and of course, we do understand that there are newer viewers out there. We'll do our best to try and make it as beginner friendly as possible, because Jackie, we've spent way too much time playing this game.
Yep, way too much time in Mother's basement, I guess, here. But we now have our first look at the bans from both Team OF. No, that is not OnlyFans. That is standing for Old Faithful here. And Team Pride. Team Pride choosing to take away Samira and Soraka from the bottom lane of Team OF. And the jungler no longer able to play Trundle, whereas OF chooses to ban out Akali from the mid laner. From Heap, High Power, Tristana, and Nunu also banned. First pick for the side of Team Pride. Yone, the response, Mordekaiser, and Udyr for Team OF.
And Udyr's a champion that has a lot of gank potential. It provides a lot of support to these lanes. You know, you want to have that extra person at every point in time. You know, when you're playing hockey, you want to get that odd man rush, you know, 3-on-2, 4-on-3. That's effectively what the jungler's looking to do here with Overtris. And, you know, someone who can provide a lot of support as well on the flip side is the Volibear. You know, good old gank in a can in that sense. But, you know, we've got a very aggressive top laner here with the Yone picked up by Average Monkey. Definitely going to be feast or famine. It's one of those champions where you're either 10-0, you know, you're popping off in the game, or you're 0-10. But Silas going to get picked up. You know, no more cages in that mid lane. No more masks. No more anything. No more Kingslayers, as he likes to say.
Yeah, right. And I think that's definitely an aggressive pick here from High Power, from her in the mid lane here. Having Silas, your ultimate, you also gotta know what your enemy champions' ultimates do, because you got to take a little bit of piece of them and utilize it yourself here. So going to be really looking for what ultimates that the Silas does choose to end up stealing. Again, Gangplank, another difficult champion to operate on, also sometimes known as the king of top lane or the king of laning. It is said that the best Gangplank player has what it takes in his arsenal to be able to outplay any other laner that the Gangplank does go against. So Destruction going to have you know, a bit of a good time in the mid lane against the Silas here. Second bans now coming out. Morgana taken away, and Nico following up.
Nico taken off the table once again. Seems like a lot of people are looking towards this Nico as a power pick, which is interesting because she received a little bit of love in the last couple of patches. Of course, as any online game happens, you got to update the game every once in a while, so patches happen every 2 weeks. She got some in the last couple of weeks specifically, but I'm curious to see what ends up coming through for this bottom lane here. Specifically, you've got this Gangplank now slotted into the mid lane here. You've got Silas to steal away that really impactful global ultimate with the Cannon Barrage. So I'm curious to see how these drafts turn out, because there's a lot of fighting capability on this top side already. I want to see if they pick for a later game on this bot lane, or if they're going to actually just go full send and just play for that early game with something like the Lucian Nami that we saw in game 1.
Right, and based on the picks so far, we have all melee threats here. So essentially for both teams, looks like we have 2 running backs and a lineman drafted. And now the quarterback, per se, is going to be drafted as well for the side of OF. Misfortune, you know, doing a lot of damage at a high range. If an enemy gets on you, you're going to die really quickly, just like a QB getting sacked. The response, Marksman, is Lucian for Team Pride, which we've seen earlier on here. Very aggressive champion
Nami?
if you can get ahead.
Yeah, and they're actually just going to pair up the married couple in the bottom lane, potentially. Lucian does work really well with a lot of the enchantresses, the supports that provide that healing because of the recent buff, but this is Reworked Swain coming at you live and quick here. Misfortune Swain. This is a very exciting bot lane from both sides. You've got the power of marriage on one side and the power of birds and everything else that Misfortune has to offer on the other side. So regardless, it is very fun on this bottom lane. Lots of action to be had.
Yeah, I'm really going to be looking at how these area of effect ultimates, meaning these abilities that just do damage in an area as opposed to on a target end up working out for the side of OF. Look, you have that whole top side, 3 big melee threats. The Mordekaiser can take someone out of the fight to protect Misfortune, to protect Swain, to make sure that Potato and Random stay alive, and those two together are going to be dishing out a ton of damage. It will be very difficult for Team Pride to fight on into that. However, based on the composition that we see drafted here, Adam, from Team Pride, Yone can engage, Volibear can engage, Silas can engage. So if they all do that in unison, it's very tough for Team OF to be able to have an appropriate response.
Yeah, it's interesting for how the team fights are going to work out, because on one side for Team Old Faithful, you got so much team fight damage from the 2 pirates. You've got Gangplank ultimate on top of Misfortune ultimate, and now Swain coming into the mix as well. You have so much area of effect damage there where you can just take over a whole team fight from there. But Lucian Senna there in their own right is very strong, because now that Lucian gets those buffs from Enchantresses in the bottom lane, you have the Lucian agency in that early game.
Right.
You know, Senna's really strong right now as well. She added a Q to her slow. Why? Who knows? They just buffed the crap out of her as well. So just because they don't like AD carry players and they want supports to take over the game, and that's why they buffed Senna. But regardless, there's a lot of possibility for fighting in this game as well. The team fight from the side of Team Pride is no slouch in their own right. You know, you've got Lucian Senna ultimates, you've got this Yone over the top as well. You've got Volibear to just be the big bungus in the front line to just soak up as much damage as possible. And so I'm really curious to see how this one turns out. Faith hyped this one up as we were mentioning, and the draft is already delivering. There's a lot of excitement to be had.
Definitely so. I'm already having my points, my channel points already ready for when Faith makes the prediction here to put on team. Okay, my mic muted. You guys didn't hear what team I voted for? Yeah. Sorry about it. It was definitely not on purpose here. Definitely not on purpose here, but I think we have 2 very established teams here. Clearly, both teams came in here with a vision in mind on where they wanted to go. So we're going to see a lot more of a constructed format to where both teams are thinking, how do we get a win? How do we secure victory? How do we play together and learn from all the growth we've had in the past from when we played together and utilize it here? But we'll have to wait and find out, as we are going to go to a quick break, have a video right on up for you guys. When we get back, we're going to be returning with game number 3 of the night, Team Pride versus Team Old Faithful.
Hello. So, my name is Asad Kamashan. My in-game name is Destruction. I am part of the Sora School, and my main role is ADC or marksman, but I am also able to play mid.
My name is Stefan Brown. I go by High Power in game, and I play mid lane for Xavier Academy.
My name is Soren. My in-game name is SorkC999. I go to Xavier. My role is top or bottom.
Hi, I'm Elliot, the Ghost Boy 266. I go to Sale High School and I play jungle.
I am not very different as far as personality goes outside of the world of esports.
Outside of esports, dude, what is this? What am I supposed to say? I'm a league player. I never go.
I really enjoy competition, and I wanted to join the tournament because I think it's really fun. I've always been a very competitive person when it comes to games. I think I can do very well.
I used to do swimming for a couple of years. I used to do basketball. Now I mainly just go to the gym, and during the weekends I hang out with my friends, but that's it.
The player to watch in my match, honestly, I gotta say Alex. He's like grown a lot as a player, probably advancing one of the quickest.
Well, I went against some of the players that are on the other team, and I'm pretty sure some that are on my team. And I really can't say that there is a player to watch, so I guess I'll go with myself.
Quite honestly, I think the team we're going against should be rather afraid. Because we got a pretty spiffy lineup, gotta say it. And, you know, I think we're gonna win this.
I mean, I really can't say anything about the enemy team. I barely know any of them. And as I said, from the time that I went against them, I didn't see anything interesting.
anyways, right at 7, so.
All right, and welcome back on into the Ekuso Summer Invitational, where we now see Team Pride on the Rift versus Team Old Faithful. We had a lot of that pre-lobby trash talk in that amazing student-made video, may I add. Well done to you fellas here, but now we get to see how it ends up happening here, Adam.
I think the biggest piece of trash talk there was Destruction just saying, you know what, I don't really know who these people are. He just rand checked the entire team of Team Pride. That's really how you get them. That's the best piece of trash talking we've had today. But all jokes aside, Destruction gonna have to go up against a pretty strong laner and high power in that mid lane as well. Sylas is no slouch, especially when it's into another melee matchup. This is gonna be pretty high octane in that mid lane.
One thing I will be looking out for, in particular, this game is how that bottom lane really plays, right? In the lore of League of Legends, for those of you guys that have watched Arcane or have just looked at the lore, two characters in the bottom lane for Team Pride that Sorex and Juno are playing are married in the show, so they're supposed to be very synergetic, meaning they should be working very well together in the lane. But I gotta tell you, the champions of Team OF's bottom lane also very strong. Swain, operated by random NPC in the bottom lane, just did get a buff, meaning they are a lot more powerful than normal.
And actually, I like to see that Destruction in the mid lane opting for the first strike. There was a post on Reddit recently, actually, just basically saying that Gangplank's bounced around first strike, so I like to see this come through, looking to get as much gold as possible. You know how Pirates Life be. You got to steal as much gold as possible and, just hit them with your parlay every single time you can, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking out for when he hits level 6 and uses his R button. Okay, maybe hit and a miss here, but already high power. Letting everyone know that she is a force to be reckoned with in the mid lane. Against Sylas, has a lot of HP regen on the W when they do get that King Slayer proc. So healing from Gangplank, healing from Sylas, they can afford to take some of these trades.
Yeah, the Kingslayer is great for killing kings and pirates alike in that sense. You get a whole lot of healing, as you were mentioning, and it's a huge trading tool as well. Oh my.
Okay. Heal and Flash used a little bit of an aggressive approach from Sorex there. Really worked really well at first until they got into the tower range. One thing you do not want to do is attack an enemy champion under the safety net of their turret, where you take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that we saw even last game was just how strong turrets can be in that early game. For those who don't know, there's big old structures there that you got to take down to get to that base. They do defend those champions quite well in the early game, especially before 14 minutes, where they've got little tower plates, but upside.
Okay. Why do I feel like every time we see the champion Mordekaiser being picked here in the top lane, we get a very scrappy play style? I mean, we expect it from based on what average Monkey has taken to the top lane. Yoni does want to be one of those champions that gap closes in your face. Issue is, based on what Not Danny has drafted, the Mordekaiser, you can very easily build armor to mitigate some of the damage from average Monkey and also still deal a ton yourself.
Something interesting I also want to point out is both of these bot laners have infinite scaling on their side. So Swain, of course, with the recent changes, now gets like 12 bonus health from each stack of their Ravenous Flock. Oh my goodness.
So much damage down on there. Yeah, I'm going to be looking at that as well, Adam. I'm glad you pointed that out here. Random NPC is just not stopping. Flash going forward, and that's the first blood over to the side of OF.
Bird is the word, just flashing forward. No regard for life or death there. Finds the kill on the Sorex. And I think the main thing to keep in mind from that is the summoners were burned at level 2 from the Lucian going for a very aggressive play in their own right. NPC able to poke them out really well with those never moves over time, and works out in their favor. Destruction on the mid lane.
Ignite is now onto him. Flash is going to be used, but with the Ignite damage slowly trickling down. Destruction and Dismay in the mid lane. Meanwhile, top. Here comes Overtrees trying to do a little bit of damage here. The Flash from Average Monkey will secure the escape.
Monkey's got to be careful on that top side. Did take the teleport, though, so we'll have a chance to get back into that lane. But yeah, in the mid lane, got to be careful about Gangplank's sneaky early damage. Of note, they did buff that champion recently as well. That one I have no answer for because champion's broken already. But the passive auto there, you can see the Trial by Fire, as well as the Parlay, plus the Corrupting Potion, just adds up to so much damage over time. And ends up securing Destruction, that first kill.
First kill down. Second kill also was there shortly to follow. You look towards top, a bit of a gold lead. How do they use that advantage, though? Random NPC already did get a first recall. If we look at the items, you do have a little bit of extra ability haste and extra damage, meaning if you're Juno and Sorex, you gotta be very, very careful on how close you actually step to random NPC.
Random NPC, you know, if you're in the range of that never move, you have to be careful. As you can see right here, look at the damage that comes through.
Oh man, you jinxed it. Oh no, Sorex gonna be flashing on in. Potatoes are cool. Gonna hold their ground. Nothing but birds and bullets here, Adam, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, lots of bullets coming through from the Misfortune. I'm not gonna lose this one for a while, but regardless, look at the fighting in the river.
Got a couple of bear slaps, bear claws going on. Bear versus bear, and the bear, of course, wins. Overtries, able to take down the enemy volley bear. Ghost Boy no longer alive, meaning the first objective of the game, Dragon, will be started. Overtries not too confident they can take it down with that amount of HP, and the Dragon still remains.
The Dragon stays up, and these early objectives, you know, with the power of Team Old Faithful right now that they've got in this bottom lane and even in the mid lane for themselves, this shouldn't be too difficult for them to push forward for the likes of this Dragon. But even still, you've got to be careful, especially when you've got a Volibear who can pack a punch in that early game, as well as the Silas who can steal away the ultimate to match the AoE damage from the Gangplank and be rather challenging to attempt that Dragon early on.
Now we're at a point where both junglers clear. I don't know what Volibear was looking at there. I think the wall there, but in overall, they're both looking at getting this Dragon here, Adam. Maybe making a play on mid might be able to help secure that there if the mid lane is no longer going to be alive. Sky is split. Destruction falls in pieces. Overtries looking to help out. Hit him with a 1-2 slap, but Ghost Boy still walks out with the kill.
And you can see High Power is just able to steal away the Can Barrage to make sure that you've got the power of bear and bullets there in the mid lane for yourself. Although unshackled for the time being, but now not Danny on the top side.
Yeah, Danny is going to take Average Monkey into the death realm. Passive is rising, getting a lot of damage around him there. But Average Monkey able to use the Fate Seal to make sure he does secure his own fate. The envelope is not licked. The fate is not sealed on this one.
Able to get out with the sliver there, but now Overtris looking for this Dragon. Great pull.
Yeah, they're already starting. Wow, Ghost Boy's health bar went from 100 to 0 real darn quick. Is Sorex now going to make his way to the back line here? Overtries with the stun. Random NPCs able to pull him right back in, but Juno able to find the kill onto the enemy jungler. No jungler alive, mean no Dragon for you, Team OF, but a route to follow up as Random NPC is able to secure the kill, and Juno is no longer.
Look at this bird a name. They're no random NPC. They're landing every single never move in the book. But High Power coming through onto potatoes.
Almost able to get the kill there, but I agree. This is no longer a darn random NPC, despite what some of the players will say, you know, pretending they don't know who they're up against. You know what is going on now is Ghost Boy going to be on all fours, running extraordinarily quick. Gangplank is going to get some free movement speed from the passive proc on the barrel. If he would have auto-attacked it, did not need to. Walks away safely.
Able to get out alive, but honestly, good response around that Dragon from Team Pride there. This Volibear was able to have some impact, as well as the Senna Juno able to stay alive for so long in that fight and prevent the Dragon once again. Talking about this earlier, Shinaki, that they can stall out these fights really well with all of their AoE, and they do exactly that. Oh, top lane once again.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, every time the camera pans, I'm getting very, very vivid flashbacks at game number 1, where we've seen Tachimiro just non-stop slamming the hammer, looking like King DDD from the show Kirby, just non-stop action, right? Now we have High Power, gonna stake her claim in the top lane. Uses the ultimate back that he stole, that they stole. Who is stuck with who? Danny apparently was stuck in there with the enemy now, but at the bottom lane, Random NPC just putting on a clinic, holding down the fort here, and another kill for her.
honestly, every time I see this Swain, it's just finding a pull, and it's ridiculous because of how quickly that Ravenous Flock is going to be able to stack up over time. We'll see if we can get a check on those stacks in a little bit between the two supports, because it ends up being quite important, specifically for Senna. The more stacks she has, the more damage she does. Flip side, the more stacks a random NPC has, the more health that they have, and it stacks up pretty quickly. And even though Swain support was sort of the idea to get rid of that in a sense, with the changes that they were made in that mid-scale rework there, still working out quite well for random NPC. They show how comfortable they are. Another one.
Wow, wow, wow. I gotta tell you, I was taking a glance at Twitch chat a little bit earlier on, and everyone was rooting for random NPC, and now I see why. High power. Gonna have to flash away as Destruction landing the ultimate there. Destruction proving that 155 ping does not prove a challenge for them in the mid lane.
We can see the stacks that have built up on Juno here. 22, 23 stacks coming through. So that's the first breakpoint that they've been able to achieve. Sometimes you want to see it a little bit higher at this point, but look at this. 31 stacks on the Ravenous Flock. For all of you math nerds out there, 31 times 12, 372 bonus health that has been
21.
accumulated by this Swain thus far. Looking real good, but fighting on the bot side.
Okay, ultimate is able to go in. Juno with a beautiful Dawning Shadow, able to find the enemy AD carry into the back line. Flash now going to secure Juno's way to safety, paving the way for the AD carry. Sorex to survive as well.
And NPC just, once again, getting even more stacks with more bonus health in the pockets, but it is the fight going the way of Team Pride that time around. Granted, Old Faithful are able to collect that dragon. Good trade on either side. You're able to finally get a kill, or another kill, onto Juno here, although it's still early pickings here. In this game, it feels like it's going to the later stages already. Just with the pacing, it's a lot slower, a lot more methodical. I think we're going to be in for a treat this one, Schnecky.
Oh, I got to tell you, I absolutely agree here. And look, we see both teams clearly trying to take their advantages. Spoy looking to make one happen at the top side of the map here. Going towards top river, you have Average Monkey. And look, Not Danny says, hey, top laner's not there. That must mean he's coming for me, so I'm going to back on out.
Good at play from them to just keep it a whole slice at that point, just keep themselves safe. And realistically, they were able to get a couple of tower plates off of that push as well for themselves. So they do have a little bit of a gold advantage, I feel, over Average Monkey. But once again, this Mordekaiser just refuses to say die. Oh my!
Well, Average Monkey looking for something. Flash going to be used. No longer can he dash out for 5 minutes, and was it even enough to secure this escape? Average Monkey says no, and he says it in blood. Writes it with the sword on the ground, and Not Danny has a gray screen.
Honestly, it's the caster curse. You know, we said Not Danny getting a couple plates, has the gold lead, ends up getting it right back. Oh no!
Oh no!
No shot!
That Ignite was just filthy. I think Juno needs to be careful here. Random NPC just so aggressive. And rightfully so. Never move doesn't land. And a little bit of BM from the dead body.
Yeah, the emote game is strong. I mean, they got the Nico haha you fell for it on one side with the Swain, and then you get the Jinx crying laughing emote. Oh my goodness, Bestie, what just happened? I got killed by the Swain again. 4-0-1.
What was that?
Besties, what's going on here? Here's the T. This Swain is pretty massive, and not sure what they're going to be able to do about the Swain, because Swain scales so well into the later stages. Of note, just think they're going for something like the Leandry, so they're just going to have so much burn damage over time. It's going to be pretty crazy.
Do have over tries. Walking forward here. Random NPC. She does not stop. Ultimate's there with a little bit of damage. A never move. Tries to secure a never moving Lucian. Does it have enough to shut him down? Yes! Sorex with a huge shutdown. Flex in the mastery, but now an ultimate across the map. Global damage from the Gangplank will not be enough. Sorex walks out with a lot of gold at him.
And the heal that comes through from Juno at the last second is the difference maker there for Sorex to stay alive. Yes, you are able to kill that bird this time around. Goodness, this game is already really close. We're tied in gold at 14 minutes. This game is so close.
Oh yeah. Average Monkey might be able to escape here. As Adam was saying, if you do look at the top of the board, 6 to 7 means 6 kills to 7 kills, which grant you about 300 gold per kill. meaning Team OF is ahead by literally 300. Although the minions although the minions and objectives also play a big part on how much gold is generated, kills are a pretty decent indicator along with the creep score on the bottom of the screen. Either way, both teams still looking to gain that edge over the other.
Yeah, I think that as this game progresses as well, the gold lead starts to matter less and less. In the early game, you know what? League of Legends has inflation.
True.
Why is this game so real? As game goes on, a 2,000 gold lead at 14 minutes is worth so much less than a 2,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. Oh my!
Wow! Look at the flash here, random NPC. I gotta tell you, there is nothing random, nothing that is just happening here in the bottom lane. Random is making it happen, but back at top now, we're gonna see another 1v1. Fate Sealed going to land, and it's Danny who's struggling to be able to stay alive, and not for very long as Average takes out the kill.
Honestly, interesting barrel chain there from Destruction, but yeah, random NPC, you know what? I feel like there's some schools already lining up for them. They're looking at this swing being like, this is scary. I want this player on my team. But
find out, Adam. Okay, Adam. We do see Overtree trying to get away. Let me find out. University of Ottawa sent you here to scout out random NPC. Let me find out that's what's happening here for reals.
I mean, listen, maybe. That's all I'll say. I'll leave it at that. No leak in the strats here.
Random NPC 777 scholarship now being drafted here, as we do have. Look, now you had to get a pause so that they can go and accept their scholarship, their full ride that you're sending her via email. What's really going on here, Adam? But I do think we have a couple of minutes here. We are going to go back to the caster cams as we do have a bit of a snapshot of the game to kind of marinate on. Last time this happened, Adam, there was a clear winner based on the first 15 minutes of the last pause. This time, I'm a bit lost for words on where this game is going.
Yeah, I think a lot of the gold has been split between some unlikely heroes in a sense. I think that Yone into the Mordekaiser can be a really difficult matchup. Yone normally wants to have a little bit of a safer early game, but has really sort of taken charge of their lane in that sense. So Average Monkey on the top side, feeling great about themselves, but who really wins in a fight? Would it be the Average Monkey, or would it be your big old Birdman on the bottom side of the map who's having a show for themselves? I mean, random NPC right now, 5-1-1, just put it on a display for us there, and she's really just been able to take control of this game and make sure that this Lucian Senna is never able to move. They're always under pressure, and it's really interesting to see how this game is going to evolve. But from what we're hearing from production, we might have to wait a little bit longer.
Definitely. So, I'm not sure if we're going to go to a quick intermission or not, but really quickly, whether that's the case or not here, we did have... Oh, I am correct. Okay, before we go to break, real quick, we have two very solid teams so far. I think the game paused again. If you're wondering what we're hearing, it's production on our back end here. So we are going to go to a quick break, guys, as we work out some technical difficulties, and random NPC gets her PC fixed here, although it didn't look like it was bugging by her gameplay that she's been showing us right now. But on that note, we are going to take a quick break, guys. We'll be back with the rest of game number 3. And welcome back, guys, as we go back in mid-game, Team Pride versus Team Old Faithful. And it looks like we're getting right back into the action as Team Pride wants to start off the first dragon, second dragon of the game. Hourglass already going to happen here, but random NPC does way too much damage. Sorex going to try to take down Overtries now, but it's still random. NPC who's still going to be alive. High is able to dodge out on the CC, but random NPC looking to get away. Can they do it? She's still alive, healing HP, but it's Average Monkey who's able to end it all. And it's Average Monkey now going to be stuck into the death realm with not Danny. High power still there. Danny's dealing damage, but it's Team Pride who walk out with their heads held high, and the dragon is the prize.
Really well played from Average Monkey there to get a massive fate sealed onto multiple members, and ends up being the difference maker because random NPC taken down before they're really able to get that healing online.
Okay. We just had to call for some more action here. Potato's just looking to vibe out of the bottom lane, but unfortunately, Average Monkey is now unlocked. A lot of damage there and another kill over to the side of Team Pride.
We'll get that scoreboard updated for you as quickly as possible as well, because Yone definitely has more than 2 kills now, but they'll be able to sort everything out. There we go, 5 kills on the board, but yeah, incredibly strong from Average Monkey in that last fight. And we see the power of the Yone in those isolated situations, but what happens when it comes to these smaller skirmishes, I want to say, involving random NPC, because 6, 2, and 2 still a massive force to be reckoned with. And Sorex, let's figure out what that feels like right now.
I mean, it's going to be a 2v1. At least the flash is going to be forced here, but Sorex does not have calling.
Oh my goodness.
Random NPC going to let the birds unleash. Sorex just absolutely will get melted here, and this is just the power of random NPC.
This is the power of birds, man. Like, this is crazy. Just crazy performance thus far out of random NPC, you know, calling their own number with the 7th kill of the game as well. They're looking poised to continue to take over this game, but now even more fighting. Ghost Boys in the death realm.
Yeah, I mean, not Danny is at that point where he can likely take out Ghost Boy, even though he is 0-4. We do have high power now, looking to come play cleanup, and she will be able to pick up the kill. Overtries now, still going to look to try to finish up the Rift Herald objective. Unfortunately, a double kill does go to high power, and the objective is stolen.
Objective taken away, and Team Old Faithful are going to be having to rethink their strategy around that objective in the future. Average Monkey once again able to show up at the right place at the right time, but high power finally able to come through with that. But at the end of the day, you get the Rift Herald, you're going to get some guaranteed money into Average Monkey still, and this game going to continue going on. They even get that tower without the charge, but now, I don't know if Rift Herald actually gets anything, and random NPCs here.
Oh, Average Monkey looking to at least take one here. Potatoes are cool, might be a bit of a consolation prize, but he'll end up taking the kill, falls shortly after. That does mean random NPC is going to be there to help out and destroy the Rift Herald.
And honestly, the Swain getting the shutdown here, under most circumstances, you don't want the support to be getting as much gold as they are. But when you've got 8 kills on your side, you might as well put all of the eggs into the Swain nest there. You want to get this member as fed as possible. And honestly, it's looking like a good place to put your money at this point. The Swain is incredibly strong.
Look, it's all fun and games until High Power says, look it, I know, Swain, you got your ultimate. Guess what? I also can have your ultimate if I so choose. So we're going to keep an eye out on what is going to be hijacked from High Power. There's a 3v1, though. Overtries way too deep into the wrong parts of town. And Pride picking up another kill. Still up 600 gold here over the side of OF.
They still have a slight gold lead, but it's just the shutdowns that came through. Specifically, that 1 kill onto Average Monkey granted random NPC about 800 gold, which is the value of almost 3 kills. So evens out because of that, but we'll see what the next fight is. Bullet time comes down.
Okay, High Power now with the Swain ulti. Looks like we might have been able to manifest it here, but an ultimate bit of bounce back out. Random NPC is a little bit too strong right now. Gonna have to pop of the Hourglass form. Does land the root onto Juno, but Juno is taken into the death realm. Ghost Boy gonna look to try to be there to be able to match Danny after the ultimate is down. Danny now comes out. There's Monkey looking for the flank now. On to Potatoes are cool. It's random. Taking out the bear. Average Monkey going for a little bit more action. One gonna be down only for the side of OF. For the only one that's left is the Average Monkey, man. But can you end up escaping the HP bar? Just keeps on going, and it's Team OF taking back their claim on the game.
Swain doesn't have Conquer, doesn't have Moonstone, and is just healing like half of their health. But they were at like, I don't know, 300 health when they went into Sonya's.
9.5k. Wow.
Birds aren't real.
These birds are in my nightmares, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that I'm sleeping with one eye open. If I see a crow land on my front porch, I'm going back to my mom's basement.
If I see a bird, I don't know. Birds are spies. Have you ever seen a baby pitch? I'm not going to go into this debate.
All right. Moral of the story is do not bring a bird or a parrot next to Adam, or bad things might happen. As Over tries. Now Adam looking to get a bird of his own. More of a dragon, but a dragon of his own here. Average Monkey can go over the wall. Soul Unbound has to bind back. Can they kill Overtries in time is the question. Overtries does get exhausted. Danny now going to be into the fight. Juno taken away immediately. Destruction's able to take out the enemy Senna. High power now, looking for a little bit of crowd control. Random is now going to be unleashed, and Random just does too much damage. 777, but there is no luck involved, baby. It is all skill as Tater is able to take down High power now. The Dragon is going to be the prize once more.
A 4-for-0 in favor of Team Old Faithful, and my goodness, this Swain bought the death note. My goodness.
You get a name written down. You get a name written down.
Everyone's in the book at this point. That's what happens when you don't obey.
We might even be in the book, Adam, at this point. We got to be careful what we say.
You know what? If I'm in the book, fine. So be it. This Swain, at least I'm published at that point. You know, I've made it in life if I get to be in that book. And 22 stacks on the Magi's. For those of you who are newer to the game, the Magi Soul Stealer, basically an item where you can't die if you buy it. And honestly, I don't see a world where random NPC is dying for free anytime soon. This Swain is massive and has so much of their team's gold. And honestly, random NPC has just come off the board with a fantastic performance. She's really shown what Team Old Faithful wants to accomplish with this. And, you know, while Team Pride have their gold sort of evenly split around, we know who the hard carry on the side of Team Old Faithful is. Of note, want to take a look at those stacks once again. Second breakpoint has been achieved by Juno's Senna here. What that means is they have some extra range now on their side. They get extra crit chance as well. I'm curious to see how many stacks they're going to end up with in this one, but we've got to take a look at random NPC stacks as well, because they've got more than enough. I'm guessing like 65 maybe.
Yeah, probably too many for her own good here.
Oh,
and
no.
Look at the root coming in. Enemy team is right there. They do have to pop their flashes. Oh, but look at the damage still coming down. Almost able to find one more. Sorex at literally 1.37 HP, not even 2.
76 stacks on the Ravenous Walk. That's 3. It's ridiculous. They're very tanky. They're very tanky to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're at a point now where I'm looking at Team Pride and what they have to do to be able to get themselves back in the game, because it's by no means over. And having Average Monkey look for some kills is definitely an angle shot here. Average Monkey taking out Potatoes here, meaning no 80 carry is up. Without a marksman, you can't really look towards Baron. Here is High Power. Gonna be looking for something here. Wants to walk forward, did steal the Udyr ultimate, meaning he gets to use it and use one ability that the Udyr does have. Is going to be the Bear Slap or not? Random NPC is going to pop the Demonic Ascension now and just utilizes it. Takes out Sorex. No more 2 HP living here.
I mean, never move, more like never miss at this point. Random NPC has been on point. We've just been sitting on looking at those Ravenous Walk stacks for a while. 83 of them.
Wow.
You get 12 bonus health every single time. They're up to like 1,000 bonus health at this point. So you're getting... So Ruby Crystal... We'll just do the whole math behind it. You know what? Math is good. We're on a learning stream here.
Welcome
Ruby Crystal
to
gives you
Adam's
150 health. Ruby Crystal gives you 150 health, right? For 400 gold. So for each health, effectively, in about... I need to do the math problem. 2.6 repeating gold. When you've got 1,000 bonus health, not only do you have this massive gold lead on random NPC, but you're getting 2,700 gold worth of bonus health just off of your passive.
So what you're saying in layman's term is random NPC, very big. Team Pride needs to make random NPC go bye-bye.
Yes.
do they do it?
I think that
this might be an angle
I don't
here.
know.
I mean, look,
Might
they're
have to
going
do this.
behind. They're able to take out Potato here. Sorex still in the fight.
Hey, boss.
High power going to be able to use the hijack HP. A lot of damage coming out. Random NPC now going to be there, and Random is taken out of the equation. And Pride says, Schneck, you don't even got to ask, man. This is how we get the job done. 5 kills. Going to be going back on over. No one is left on the side of Team OF, and Pride walking to Baron.
Exactly to spec. They're incredibly well played coming through from Average Monkey to get behind enemy lines. And while Random NPC is great in these isolated fights, if they are the only one in the fight, it gets challenging. But Baron's on the table. This could be scary.
Oh, remember, Overtries does have Smite. As a jungler, you have an equal shot. If you're able to time it right here, it does around 1,000 damage. He's going to try to jump it over now and try to steal it here, and he does! And Overtries takes the Baron Nash above for the side of the OF squad. Pays for it in blood, but the dude does not care. Baron for Team OF.
That's a great steal over the wall. Because that was blind. You have the Gangplank ultimate. You're guessing on your damage at that point. Overtries guesses perfectly. Able to get over the wall and smite it with 600 health. Exactly to spec, and well played from the Udyr. They've had a little bit of a subdued performance, as we've been talking about Random NPC for, what, 95% of this game because of this Swain.
Right.
But the Udyr comes through and shows that there's more to the zoo than just the bird.
Definitely is, but now we're at a spot here where Dragon is now up. This is a potential soul point, meaning 3 dragons down. Ooh. All it would take is 1 more for the OF squad. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it without their AD carry there with full HP. There's the Sun from the Everfrost. Hourglass puts Random in a stasis. Destruction is able to take out the enemy Silas now, and Random just putting on a show, putting on a class. Says log in now, Random NPC 777.net, and come and learn a thing or two.
Oh my goodness. The Gangplank damage coming through now in spades. There's just so much damage everywhere in this game, and Old Faithful, they are getting rewarded for their troubles. Wow. You saw the damage coming through from Destruction. Honestly, I'm gonna say it as it is. There's Diamond players who can't play Gangplank as well as that right there, landing those combos. And this Swain just still absolutely massive. 16, 3, and 8. Wow.
Sorry, Adam, I didn't catch that last part. I was just taking notes on how to play Swain and how I can get out of being hard stuck in Platinum here. So, note taken. A lot of the I's cross the T's. We have OF. A little bit deep into the blue side squad's base here. Flash from Ghost Boy. We're in a bit of AFP territory now. Random NPC's able to pop the ultimate here, but Ghost Boy still there. It's going to be a 5v2, and Random is no more. Danny finds one for the road here onto the enemy Volley Bear, but no longer able to be in base. Team Pride holds him off for now.
Yeah, they're able to take down Random NPC once again. Slim pickings for them, though, because despite them still taking some pages out of that book, continuously stacking that up, and Random NPC, basically every time they've got their Zanya's Hourglass available, the second item in their inventory makes them go invulnerable for a short period of time. That is when they are going to be able to stake their claim. And, 16 of Old Faithful's 27 kills, 25 out of 27 kill participation. It's a masterful performance from Random NPC.
High Power now looking to make a name for herself. And Random NPC can't be getting all the love. I need some too. And a high 5 over to Power, picking up a kill there. The high 5 had a chain in it, so apparently that means Danny does not survive on that one here, Adam.
Not Danny has tried their best to sort of stand up to Average Monkey. And I think we need to bring some eyes back to Average Monkey as well, because they've had a very good performance in their own right. 11, 2, and 5 on this Yone. Yone's not an easy champion to play either, especially not one to 1v9 on, as they have done thus far. And High Power providing some really good support from the back there means that despite Team Pride having a big old hole in their base, they're still a way back into this one. And I think they've just got to find the right team fight, find enough kills there, and push to end the game.
Yeah, I think when you see some of the fights here, it's just a lot more flashy. The fact that Random NPC does a lot of damage in an incomplete area that does a lot to the entire side of Team Pride here, but Average Monkey, yeah, doing a ton of damage, 11, 2, and 5. Only died twice, had participation in 17 kills. Thing is, he does a lot of single target damage, so we need to see if that can get on to the right members of the OF squad. Very difficult to put the damage onto random NPC, given that we do have an hourglass to put them in a stasis form down. It's Average Monkey who ends up getting caught out. The Gangplank able to find the barrel knockback, and it's now 5-4 on the map in the Pride base.
Yoho Fiddly D take this cue to the face and cease to exist, as the cool kids say. It's going to be another inhibitor picked up by the side of Team Old Faithful, but will they be able to defend in the base? High Power has the Swain ultimate. This is their chance to save the game.
This hijack, really big Stormbringer from Ghost. Dawning Shadow able to keep the HP bars alive. Sorex taking out one, but at what cost? High Power is going to be falling short of the fight as well, and it looks like Team Old Faithful staying tried and true, and now looking for the play here on the blue side. Base flash from Juno will not allow them to stay alive on this one, and the red carpet is now rolled on out. Old Faithful proving that being faithful does secure some victories now, and game 3 does go over to OF. OF victory here, Adam.
I mean, honestly, just hard to put it into words. Just a crazy game from Old Faithful. I mean, we talked about the power of birds and whatever Misfortune has to offer, and quite literally, Misfortune was just, in the lane to occupy space, keep Swain a little bit of company there, because what a performance out of random NPC 777. I give that performance a 7 out of 7, because that was absolutely fantastic.
Definitely some big assets when it comes to the side of Old Faithful. Talking about the bullets from the mid lane and the AD carry. A lot of guns, a lot of damage there. I mean, look, you can't really blame Team Pride. They were doing a lot on their own right, but the problem was random NPC, computer problems or not, was just doing so much for this game. And it even goes back to the first 3 minutes in with the flash play. Sorex gets rooted, and the damage just keeps on continuing.
Honestly, random NPC, just clip the next 4 minutes here, because you might as well just make it your highlight reel.
Yeah.
Put it on Twitter or whatever and be like, hey, looking for team, by the way. Amateur teams hit me up. Because honestly, really, really good performance out of this Swain, just landing every single never move that was required of them. And just incredibly well played overall. And I think that looking at some of the other players who had some good performances, I mean, Destruction scaled so well into the later stages. We saw this lethality Gangplank come through that just does so much damage off of those barrels. I don't think we can actually get the stat because the stat screen is still broken, but they must have gotten at least 1,500 to 2,000 gold just off of their first strike. So really well played in that regard. And then on the flip side, Average Monkey and High Power, they kept it close for an incredibly long portion of that game. But yeah, random NPC. My goodness.
Yeah, and it's at the point where Average Monkey was just getting some amazing flank positions here. And you're doing your job as a top lane like Yone, right? You want to kill the enemy carry, right? In this case, it wasn't so much the AD carry for the side of Team OF, looking at Potatoes Cool on the Misfortune, but you can't really do much to random NPC in the fights. What do? You jump in, they press Hourglass, and you stand in their ultimate, and you end up just dying. It's a very rough composition for Team Pride to really fight into when you have so much area of effect damage. Your team just ends up getting melted, and you can see here there's just so many early game kills. We did see a little bit of fight back from Team Pride here, getting a lot of shutdown gold, but Team OF had a little bit too much.
Yeah, and I think that Old Faithful, they stayed true to what their team comp needed, and I think that they needed to have this one of their AD sources get fed, either one of the pirates in that sense, or one of their AP sources, to get fed. And that's exactly what happened. Destruction and random NPC were able to put those two together. And on the flip side, it was a very valiant effort. I want to keep reiterating that because Pride kept this one interesting for an extended period of time in this game. In our live chat, actually, it was Faith who was saying, this is going to be our longest game that we've got of the day. And honestly, it was jam-packed full of excitement as well. Play-by-play is a dream, as they say. But nonetheless, great performance from the Swain, the Yone, the Gangplank, and the Silas overall, as well as everyone else, because everyone plays a part in the team victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to see the improvement as well. I remember back in my first tourney casting Ekuso, obviously an amazing performance from everyone as well, but you can literally see and feel on the Rift, Adam, how these players have progressed, what they're looking to accomplish, and how they play together. And this coming from Team Pride versus Team OF, these aren't the teams that have been practicing all throughout their experience with the Ekuso. This is them mixing up the teams to provide a balanced game. So we have about a week, maybe 2 weeks that some of these players have been able to play together. And the fact that they were able to accomplish that in that period amount of time, absolutely amazing.
It's magical in a lot of ways that you can see the growth. And I mean, for me, being the first event, I just get to come in here and be like, oh my goodness, these players are really good. Because honestly, I've heard that some of the players here, you know, ranging from ages 11 to 17 in that sense,
all better than us.
Yeah, like I started when I was 15, and I mean, pretty sure that first couple of games I was like 0-20, 0-23, like not doing so hot for myself. And these players are pulling off some crazy moves. And I mean, honestly, in terms of skill shots, forget about it. I was playing Master Yi because that's the only thing that I could play. But realistically, just super strong performances. And I'm excited to see what these players have in their futures.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 10 years deep playing League, and I can tell you here confidently, Adam, I do not want the smoke. So kudos to Team OF and Team Pride here. But I think that is going to wrap it up for this game. We do still have one more game here coming up shortly after the next break here. We're going to be able to witness Team Monroe versus Team Xavier. And although Faith did say Game 3 was one of the ones to watch, we saved the best for last. Last but not least, we're going to see Team Xavier versus Monroe as we come back shortly after the break. Welcome back in, guys, to the Ekuso Summer Invitational, where we just witnessed probably one of the most intense games and maybe one of the most craziest Swain supports that will likely be in my nightmares. So, again, sleeping with one eye open. Got to watch out for the birds. But welcome in. Again, we have Adam and Faith. Faith, I mean, you put a lot of emphasis on that last game, and I got to say, you delivered.
Yeah, I think more than anything, they delivered. Like,
True.
I was expecting a hype game, but I didn't expect it to be that hype. Because, you know, it's back and forth. You know, a lot of league players and like, you know, people in general, when they're on the back foot, when they're in a losing position, when they are in a goal deficit, a lot of teams, my team back then included, we would just like mental boom. We would tilt. We would give up. We didn't have that mental fortitude that we're trying to drill into the kids. That like, this is how you really show your skill. Like, it's easy to win. I mean, it's easy to play in a winning position. It's easy to play that. It's very natural. But it really is a true test of character, a true test of grit, a true test of perseverance to stay in the game, to keep it competitive. Like, that was really sick. So yeah, kudos to especially to Lily, because Lily, random NPC, like, stomped everyone. But like to Soren and Juno, who kept it even, who stayed in the game, who got kills back, that was quite sick. Especially shout out to Jackson too. He was like quietly 13 kills or something like that. That was insane.
Yeah, a very quiet 13 kills. I think they all did really well here. I think High Power as well, using her ultimate to try to hijack, you know, random NPC's ulti and even up those playing fields here. But I know Adam, even before the game had started, was saying, you got to watch out for the bottom. Swain got buffed. Swain got buffed. Apparently, Swain got buffed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the biggest thing is that I've seen like 2 or 3 Swains since the patch hit. Every single one of the Swains has gone some ridiculous scoreline, done a crazy amount of damage. That champion is busted. Riot nerfed the champion, just straight up.
Yeah,
okay,
crazy.
So guys, we have a video this time around. It's going to be slightly different. It's more of a skit. Yes, it's more of a skit. Well, actually, wait, hold off on that. We're going to do the team intros, so it's going to be Monroe versus Xavier. Check out Monroe. Maybe they'll intimidate you. It's pretty cool. Let's get us a bit.
Now that is a team that looks like they're ready to tear some stuff up. I was doing the same thing, Faith. I was doing the salute. That's awesome. Super excited to see what they have to bring to that table here. And I think we do have Xavier to show as well. Get a glimpse on what they have to offer.
Awesome. All right. So very quick predictions, Schnecky and Adam. Based off the pictures, based off the intimidation factor, who do you guys got?
Xavier, the Arbiter or whatever. I'm scared. With
the glasses?
If that's who's playing on the other side of my screen, solo queue, I give up. You win.
15,
FF.
right?
Hands up. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I got to tell you, if I'm playing mid and I see someone full sending towards me, their name is Dino Nugget, I am running the opposite way. Full send Mach 36.
Yeah, I feel you. All right, anyways, guys, so we do have a couple different videos for you. Previously, there were longer form videos where we introduced the players, but Monroe actually had a cool idea. They basically have a skit this time around, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. They worked really hard on it.
Oh, hi. I'm Cam. Ever since I joined Monroe Esports, I've met a lot of amazing people, such as What are you guys doing? I was helping Josh with his animation. Come on, man. Turn up the speed. Is tweening even on? It looks clunky.
Personally, I think it looks better this way.
Well, what were you doing? I was drawing. Ow.
Come on, guys. We have to play soon.
Alright, so what happened?
What happened or what happened?
Like, what happened?
So basically, I fell on my face in front of everyone at the gym.
The exact same thing happened to Jose.
Now that you met everyone, it's time to play.
Who are you talking to? There's no one here. Let's play.
It might just be me, but does Ribbon's sword look like Ichigo's sword?
Guys, good game today. Good work ethic. I really like the energy today. Hands in the middle. All right, guys. 3, 2, 1. Monroe! All right, guys, head out. Good game. Come on.
Hey, guys, wait, guys, wait. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait, hey. Hey, guys, wait. Hey, wait. Really? High five.
Come on, guys. High five.
All right, yeah, pretty sick intro. What did you guys think?
Pretty
Got
sick
a lot
intro.
of charm. Yeah, like honestly, I mean, Shineki and I were both talking about how like they made these videos in high school. When I was in high school, I was like sitting on the ground, eating lunch, playing Pokemon, and not doing anything fun like this. I was getting like tripped on and stuff. But regardless, like these kids, they've got a lot of talent to be able to set these up and to have the vision for that. It's so cool. I wish I was in high school again, man.
Yeah, no, honestly, special
Adam's
thanks.
in his midlife crisis as we speak, you guys. You were saying, Faith?
Yeah, special thanks especially to Miss Potter because she helped like guide them through the process. So that was like, I don't know, I can't think of her enough for like what she does in like the school. And yeah, it's such a pleasure to be able to give them this experience because we all wish we had it back then, right?
Oh,
Anyways, so we have Xavier's team intro. It's not quite a skit. It's more along the lines of what we were doing previously. So yeah, stay tuned. It's coming up right now.
So, my name is Ezreal Barrick. I go to Xavier, and I play Ezreal. I either go bot lane or top, usually bot.
My name is Micah. In-game name is Diamond Nugget, because I love chicken nuggets. And I go to Xavier Academy.
My name is Nick, and the school that I go to is Xavier Academy.
I don't know why I joined the tournament, to be honest. I just thought it would be fun because I like video games, why not? I'm excited to play with Alex because he's cool and I think he's good at it, but it's not like he's so good at it that you can't tell what's going on.
Basically, I am a pretty goofy person. I do love video games, but I also play sports. I play baseball, football.
And what I let's say do outside of school is let's say play games, hang around with my friends, and do whatever I let's say do.
Who's the best player? Probably Yvonne or Soren.
Probably Yvonne.
It's gonna be Soren.
I do think that Lily has the best leadership skills because I have often practiced under her guidance.
Probably again Yvonne or Soren.
The best leader of our group is gonna be Soren.
Who's the best player? Probably Yvonne or Soren.
Probably Yvonne.
It's gonna be Soren.
I do think that Lily has the best leadership skills because I have often practiced under her guidance.
Probably again Yvonne or Soren.
The best leader of our group is gonna be Soren.
Another great video here from the Xavier squad. Dino Nugget looking fierce as ever, and Arbiter looking like he wants to trade me his glasses because his are obviously a lot cooler than mine. But before we go to the next lobby, we are going to say bye to Faith. Don't worry, guys. You get the chance to see him one more time in the post-lobby. Faith, thanks again. As Adam, now we do go into the draft here and get to see what both sides do plan on bringing to the Rift.
Yeah, and of course, already deep into this one, Teemo banned. That's always good because we won't have to have Schnecky talk about Teemo for an extended period of the game. But
I'll do it.
Once again, we've got some different picks coming through. I mean, already we've got a Ziggs picked up by Arbiter here. They could be flexing that around in some senses, but Dino Nugget pulling out the Yasuo. Let's go. This is the exciting part of this game.
Oh, yeah. Look, if you gotta flex on cam for the quick time and show off and show us what you really got, you gotta pick the Yasuo, right? We do have the W from Ziggs for the knockup here to be able to synergize with the Yasuo. I would imagine here, Adam, we might see maybe a Rakan or something that also has a knockup to be able to really have that team playing together from the side of the Xavier squad. Warwick, very good at tying somebody down. We have 3 melee champions, bruisery type, drafted so far for the Monroe squad. We are missing ability power and a ranged marksman. So we do see the Fizz ban out from Xavier. I would imagine maybe a marksman to follow up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they decide to ban out in the bottom side here. Frog Salad and God Infusion here, they're going to have a lot of weight on them, not only to provide, range damage, but also some magic damage as well. The top 3 already here are all heavy on the attack damage side of things. They're bruisers, as you mentioned. If you want to diversify your damage portfolio, we're going to need to see some AP come through. But as we can see, a little bit of an off-meta pick, but still not bad. I like this pickup. The Anivia really just going to cancel out what those bruisers want to do.
Yeah, it will, right? You put up your wall, you put the Crystallize up. Now you have a not-so-scary Wukong, Aurelia, and the Riven here. So, going to be tough for them to find some of those engages there as the Thresh does round up the Monroe squad. It does mean we don't have any AP damage, although Thresh does do ability power. Doesn't really build into it in terms of items here. Whereas now to round up the squad, a Mordekaiser picked up for the Xavier squad. I'm wondering here, Adam, if the Ziggs might be swapped out here for the bottom lane with Alex 99 Nova here, with the Mordekaiser going top and Ziggs Anivia in the bottom, or if they're just going to play it out how it is.
I'm curious to see how this turns out because once again, these are 2 of the squads where they are relatively newer players. Once again, it really depends on how they interpret the meta, depending on what they want to do. And I think that Arbiter on the top side, if they pull out the Ziggs, they will have a decent time in lane against the likes of a Riven because you're just going to be poking them out constantly, just preventing them from really getting any sort of bearing in this lane, any all-in potential. Main thing I'm worried about, though, is Dino Nugget kind of left out to figure out the knockups on their own. Yes, you've got some slight knockups from the Ziggs Satchel, which provides a little bit of knockback, as well as the Mordekaiser pull, but it's nothing too substantial. Worried about this Yasuo in the mid lane, but as we know, Yasuo feast or famine at its finest. 10-0 or 0-10. We'll find out which one it is.
Well, we're going to find out right now, too, as the game is already fastest loading lobby the world has ever seen. We have last game of the night here, guys. Team Monroe versus Team Xavier, where Xavier represented the most not off-meta squad, but still not what's typical for Xavier's squad here in Team Monroe. Essentially, let's get Frog Salad very ahead. Let's see what happens.
You say that it's not the most off-meta squad, but notice Warwick does not have smite. There is 0 smites on the side of Xavier. They have opted to go for no junglers, and they're just dancing around under their tower. You know what? They're having a good time, and that is what matters. But interesting choice to not have the jungler come through. For those of you who are newer to the stream, having that smite is super, super important for securing those objectives because it does true damage. It does damage that can't be prevented by anything, and it is an exact number of damage. Your smite will always do 450 or 900 damage, depending on what level of smite it is. It can be so useful for securing those objectives. So, J Hunt here are going to have a little bit of a safer time at picking up those objectives for themselves.
Yeah, and just as Faith was saying, right, it's not the games where you have a clear victory, clear win condition, and you're playing from ahead is where you learn the most. It's the games where you're playing from behind, and immediately by Mr. Uppity not having that smite, he's still going to say, hey, you know what? I don't have smite. I'm getting less XP. I have a harder time clearing waves, but I'm still going to go to the jungle here. I'm still going to try to make it work. We'll see if he's able to accomplish what he's looking to do.
And that's the ignite down. A lot of what makes the likes of Warwick strong, though, is how quickly they're able to clear through the jungle. So, realistically, not having smite, while not optimal, can still technically work because of how much healing you have. I'm curious to see how it turns out. Thus far, Mr. Uppity just sort of chilling in a bush, maybe waiting for some action to happen.
Well, in the bottom, we do see Nova99 already playing very aggressive. They do not care what the enemies have in store. Heal is going to come out, and the barrier.
Okay.
That's the tech, Adam. That's the hidden tech.
Yeah, that's the tech on how to stay alive, as Warwick still stalking their prey around this mid lane. Oh no, Dino Nugget doing quite well. They've already gotten that ignite and the flash on a Hilly Warrior.
I see that knock up there. Healy Warrior looking to test the tides.
Warwick.
Dino Nugget going to back up a little bit here as Mr. Rupity, not having smite, does not have a care in the world. And that's already first blood to Xavier, but Healy Warrior has an auto attack from his minions and is able to even up the fields. 1-1, but first blood over to Xavier.
Well played, honestly. You get Mr. Avity joining at the right time, getting them in there for the assist, and Dino Nugget strikes first with first blood. However, gotta be careful.
Jay Hunt looking to flex the smite. So Rupity had the right idea. Having that fear means Jay Hunt can't walk into you, or else he does not have control of his character for a little while. Jay Hunt looking to push the minions into the turret. Mr. Rupity can then leave after that.
And actually, Mr. Uppity doing a good job of just sort of holding the wave there for the time being, just making sure everything is okay, but at the same time, make sure that you are staking your claim as it stands. Meanwhile, bot lane.
Okay, Nova, gonna test the playing fields. A little bit too much limit testing there. That's okay. Nova Storm does fall a little bit short there. Heal and Barrier were not up, but I'm looking at mid lane now. Mr. Rupity is able to take down the monkey Jay Hunt. Even though the staff is in hand, the body is there. Healy Warrior to stay alive here with a bit of a 1v2. 2-2 on the board. Still tied in terms of kills.
Still relatively close here in terms of the goal, despite some of the interesting item choices that we were pointing out. Of note, Nova now going to pick up that corrupting potion for themselves for a little bit more sustain, but Dino Nugget, this is really going to be the focal point, I think. This mid lane always going to be one to watch, especially more action.
I think the plan for Mr. Uppity was, hey, I don't need smite because I'm going to be in the mid lane with my boy Dino Nugget holding down the fortress, holding down the squad. So if we can get Dino Nugget ahead, he might be okay. Healy Warrior looking to set up the flawless duet. Stun does not connect, does not matter. Dino and Mr. Uppity still in mid lane.
And Mr. Uppity this is just an ARM, as we say, but Arbiter will end up going down on the top side.
Okay. Healy Warrior a little bit low. We're getting word in chat as well that someone on Team Xavier is named after my favorite character. And no, it's not Sivir, Adam.
Is it what?
Ezreal. Super jealous. I'm super jealous, IRL. Well, Dino Nugget did get killed here, but it was by the turret, though, Adam. No gold, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I was also sort of, are we going to talk about that or not? But regardless, yeah, the towers are still OP. But yeah, being named Ezreal, honestly, kind of sick. I've always had this discussion with some of my friends about what league champions would be like okay IRL names.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about people named Ezreal, right?
They're cool.
They are as real as it gets. Okay, okay. What, Faith? I'm fired? Okay, well, let's enjoy this last cast. Okay, in the bottom. Nova Storm once again. Limit testing their abilities. God Infusion is going to be pretty low, though the darkness is rising. Frog Salad, a couple more auto attacks going to force that barrier. Nova does still get out safely.
able to stay alive. These double defensive sums are actually working out quite well, but Undercover Pixie as well, just sort of vibing in the bottom lane for now. Just starting to stack up that tier as well, but oh my goodness, here we go.
Okay, Hilly Warrior barely low. Oh, is able to land that CC under the turret. It's a 1-for-1. I'll take it.
Yeah, Dino Nuggets able to collect that one still. The Yasuo, we said it was either going to be 10-0 or 0-10. It seems like they chose all of the above on that answer on the question. You know what? They're just trying to fill out the score sheet, but realistically, well played from Dino Nuggets still to have the impact that they've had in this game thus far through the mid lane. Curious to see how this top side works out. Thus far, the Riven has picked up a kill for themselves, but Riven's one of those champions that takes a lot of skill to be able to pilot. I want to see how Christian is able to translate that into the later stages of this game as well.
Yeah, believe it or not, contrary to what you guys see when I play, you can't just spam your head on the keyboard and hope something happens when you play a champion like Riven. So, looks like Christian is operating it pretty well. A lot of CS here, but I could bottom again, Nova. A little bit too far deep. Hill does come out from undercover. Meanwhile, mid, Hilly Warrior going to flash on forward into the tier 1 turret. It will be a 1-for-1 trade once more.
I think that's going to be the moral of this game in the mid lane. 1-for-1 trades is all it takes.
1-for-1 trades and a lot of limit testing here in the bottom lane. God, Infusion's able to find that kill. Unfortunately, it does not go over to Frog Salad, the marksman who you want to get the kills on for Team Monroe, but Fusion also a king in his own right.
Yeah, Fusion doing quite well for themselves, just sort of they took press the attack. You know what? I give a massive respect to God Infusion. They said, you know what? Who needs an 80 carry? I'm the 80 carry for real here. Oh, top lane.
It's close. Arbiter out of mana. Won some bombs, but unfortunately, the detonation was not focused.
At least not on me here, and Christian able to get out alive. Realistically, this game is still in the flux a little bit for Xavier. They still got some chances.
Oh, Shrupity not having the ultimate. Look, it's barely ticking off cooldown if you look at the right of the screen. As you see, that little circle wasn't quite there. Did not see the gap close to find the kill, but again, in the mid lane, Dino Nugget just does not stop. Hilly Warrior look to maybe fight him back. Dino decides against using the ultimate there. Again, not quite off cooldown. Hilly Warrior and Dino just having a grand old time.
It seems to be a game of inches in this mid lane as well, because Dino Nugget and Hilly Warrior, they're just going at it mano-y-mano, but here comes the fight as well. Two fights at once.
Oh, both junglers were there. Old T goes down, Old T goes up. Here comes another help from the passive of J-Hunt, looking for some damage. Uppity able to take him down. Now he's able to rotate down to the mid. Flash from Dino Nugget. Hilly Warrior taken down. King of the hill, and the king is Dino.
And both 1v1s are won by Xavier there. You know, if you had to pick one, which one would you want to win? Seems like they chose both ones to make it to.
And that is now a 6-kill Xavier squad. We got 4 kills now on the Dino Nugget, but the issue is, if you look at the top at that scoreboard, we still got 2.5 thousand gold over to Team Monroe. So we have a big advantage that Team Xavier will have to overcome. Look, we knew it was going to be an uphill battle. Question is, can they walk uphill? Toe on down. Fusion now looking low. Hill is there, but the recall still going to be going down from Undercover Pixie, leaving her all alone. And Nova, they end up getting taken out.
Honestly, good turnaround coming through from the likes of Frog Salad and God Infusion. Both of them did use their heal, which, if we're being really technical, you know, you use one at a time. But regardless, it's all good at the end of the day. They pick up that kill onto Nova Storm once again, but still more fighting. Mr. Uppity refuses to quit. They have a never say die. Oh, never mind. I'll back off.
Okay. It's the flash. Lee Warrior goes forward. All right. Look, I mean, I gotta tell you, there's that old adage, when life gives you lemons, you make beef stew, right? But Mr. Uppity really taking it into his own hands, even though he's given a bad break. Hilly now in danger. Lands the flawless duet here in the mid lane. Ignite, though, coming out. Damage still going to be proccing. Hilly Warrior looking to stay alive. Might decide to go back and decides not to do it after all. Dino Nugget is standing strong.
Yeah, and Dino Nugget's done a really good job of sort of pushing forward the limits in this mid lane as well. But oh my, and Bottom lane again.
Yeah, you know, Nova not quite level 6. What they need to do is wait for that ulti. If you're going to go in 1v2, you click R on the Jinx. Frog Salad, take them into your death realm. Have your way.
Frog Salad sounds like it would be oddly delicious.
Yeah, no, seriously. Have you had fried frog legs before?
Yeah, I've had they're not bad. I feel like if you put them in a salad. Oh,
let me find out. Adam's over here eating kangaroo over there in Canada or whatever whatever native animals you guys have out there, man.
Kangaroos? Come on, man.
Yeah, I realize that is really bad. I am geographically not the smartest tool in the shed.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, Dino Nugget finds another one, and you know what? Regardless of what's in there, Nugget, they're having a great time in that mid lane still. This game, it still feels like there's a certain quirk to it that makes it winnable for Xavier. And a lot of that just comes from Mr. Uppity. They haven't died yet, and they've been roaming around looking for a lot of trouble.
Definitely so. Still have Nova looking to get their level 6, although ultimate isn't there. What is there? It's little Mr. Uppity here. Jay Hunt's there as well. From all the way up towards top. Ultimate in the back line, not onto Frog. Cyclone coming out from Jay Hunt here. A lot of damage on God Fusion. He will not survive. Here's some more damage now. Jay Hunt looking to help on out, but a double kill for Mr. Uppity here. And unfortunately, Frog Salad couldn't quite get the kill on the Nova, and that's what they needed.
Honestly, Mr. Uppity just coming in at the right time. Oh, there might be more where that came from.
Definitely so.
Every time that the blood hunt goes down for Mr. Uppity, I'm always waiting for something more to develop because just give you so much movement speed towards enemy champions. Dino Nugget.
Okay, Hilly Warrior with a very nice stun. Follows to what is going to land. Full passives are proc now from the Blade Surge. There's the flash. Dino Nugget no longer has flash nor ignite from earlier on, meaning Hilly Warrior gets to live to fight another day.
Yeah, and honestly, really close call. Once again, Hilly Warrior's got to be careful. Mr. Uppity's here as well.
Ooh, I got to tell you, I'm starting to think that Mr. Uppity did not forget Smite. I think his brain is just bigger than ours.
I think it was intentional. Honestly, this is pretty crazy to see them still have the impact that they have without having that very, very important summoner spell on a jungler, just because they're perfectly fine giving up the farm and roaming around looking for as many fights as possible. And realistically, considering my solo queue adventures, sometimes I question if my junglers have smite. Oh my goodness.
Alrighty then. Look, we always get that one lane each game. Now it's in bottom. Nova does not have the ulti. Wait, it just came off. Use it on the Fusion. As Fusion is trying to run. Barrier up from Nova. Flash exhausted from God and Fusion. Now in a hook, going to be able to land after he gets out of the Death Realm. And Frog Salad picks up the spree, picks up the kill. Merc Treads are bought from Nova from base.
Oh! That was close.
Okay.
Mr. Uppity was looking for it.
Definitely. It was almost there. It was almost there too. Oh. And that's the skill shot to make on Upward, but the passive proc from the Anivia will allow the egg to rebirth like a phoenix. Mr. Uppity again making his way downtown up to the top lane. Arbiter finding a bit of damage here with the Comet. Not going to quite commit yet, Adam. We do have the satchel charge there. Mr. Uppity not having the ultimate. Does have Ignite, however. Arbiter not going to quite commit. But he just does not want to leave, man. Jay Hunt is now going to find himself in a bit of danger here. The fear going to land even though he was in his passive form. Up, but he's still there, attacking the wrong one. Christian is going to be there. Christian picks up the kill. Now it's Arbiter who has to walk out empty-handed.
And well played coming through from Christian to be able to dish out that damage. Ribbon, as we said, hard champion, but still piloting it really well. And speaking of hard champions to pilot, also in the Irelia in the mid lane, they're still very impressive in their performance
I love it.
thus far.
They are straight up brawling, man. They're saying, hey, look it, we're going to handshake it out. Our junglers might come, but we will not stop. Yes, in the meanwhile, Froggy threw out potentially an ultimate and was able to get the kill under the tier 1 turret for Nova.
And Frog Salad's doing really well. We can talk about meta in this sense that Jinx is incredibly strong in their own right. Jay Hunt, hello.
Hi there.
They're just vibing. They're vibing at the Rift Herald. But yeah, Jinx is really strong because of the resets. She gets excited after she gets a kill, and you get so much attack speed. You're able to link up kill after kill after kill on that champion. Can be so devastating to deal with in the later stages, especially in team fights. So I'm going to keep my eyes on Frog Salad as this game goes on, especially since there's the force known as Dino Nugget in that mid lane, and they have yet to cross paths.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's supposed to be T-Rex Nugget at this point because Dino's looking like apex of the Predators here on Team Xavier. Here's 6 kills on him. Does not mean he has the pressure mid. Does look like Aurelius stays there, but it doesn't appear Christian will stay. Junglers are both hovering there, but Rift Herald will be taken for Team Monroe.
Rift Herald going to help to push down some of these towers as well, and I think especially at this stage after plates go down, it's not the biggest impact, but oh my goodness, there might be a big old fight in the mid lane.
Okay, Rupity does have the ulti. He pops the fear first. Dino pops the last breath on it. Christian is able to take him down now with the auto attacks from Frog Salad. And that's why you pick a marksman as the mid game progresses. Frog dealing incredible amounts of damage.
Frog 6-0-4 on the Jinx. Jinx from Arcane, or Powder from Arcane, however you know her. Incredibly strong champion if you get those kills. Has the Gale Force as well, so has that extra little bit of mobility, but now this game is blown wide open in favor of Monroe, and now you start to see the wheels fall off the bus just a little bit here, but still, Xavier, they still got a chance. On the bottom side, though, Frog Salad's there.
Oh, no mana left in the tank for the undercover Pixie, and the cover is blown, and the ultimate can't quite come out just yet. It looks like Pixie will live for now, but this mid lane, Adam, it is looking grim for Team Xavier.
3 charges coming through from the Rift Herald. Normally, you only see about 1, maybe if you're lucky, you see a second one charge, but unfortunately, no one was able to respond in that mid lane, thus granting a big advantage back over to Monroe with those structures. They've blown a big hole in that mid lane, and they have so much agency to move around the map. It's so much easier when there's not those towers in the way.
The 2v2 happens. Flash into the ultimate back. The fadeaway from Mr. But he finds Jay Hunt in a bad situation. He's down. Hilly's still looking to come back in. The passive proc are not going to be enough with Arbiter there helping out, throwing bombs. Dino picks up one more.
Dino Nugget has the shield bow now, so basically very strong on this Yasuo, looking towards the Infinity Edge next, but as they look to find their path around this game, curious to see if they can continue to develop here, because as we mentioned, the win condition for Xavier here is going to be through that mid lane. This Yasuo can be so strong. One of those champions, the rare champion in League that can still technically 1v5, can be that strong. Frog Salad, got Infusion. Up and down the dance moves. That's how you do it on the Rift.
Yeah, when duty calls, you got to just sometime hop out in a bit of a break dance here. That's what they're doing in the mid lane, but what happens? Dino Nugget just testing the winds, seeing what blows down, how the dragon is hanging. We're going to see what Monroe decides to do in response. Looks like they're just going to run it down mid.
By the looks of it, it's a dragon picked up. It is another objective picked up for Xavier, so they've got that angle back into the game. But look at this, just a 4-man push into the mid lane. Let's see what develops off of this, because Jinx, alongside getting excited off of taking down champions, she gets that from taking down towers as well.
Oh. Hey, sometimes you just gotta say, here, let's even it up. I'll go down. Let's see if they can... okay, well, let's see if they can still make it happen. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta test it out. As Mr. Uppity now finds himself in a bit of a 1v3. Dino Nugget now on the run.
Christian.
Yasuo can't really dash out of it. Christian jumps forward. Christian flashes. Christian gets a rampage. And another one gets taken away. Healy Warrior now with a nice double kill. Crystallized coming out of the undercover Pixie, but again, cover's blown. There's the hook coming out here. Passive, not going to be able to save you this time. The Phoenix has not yet to reborn as Team Monroe look to secure their victory here in the last game of the night.
Yeah, and Team Monroe looking to go undefeated here. Can they end the game off of this push?
They sure are looking. Arbiter is looking to try to stall it out as much as they so possibly can. Mr. Uppity now says, I'm going in, I'm going out. There's the Fear looking for some damage, able to find the kill, but it's on the wrong darn monkey. The clone goes down, and a nice double kill over to the Jinx here for the side of Frog Salad. And Team Monroe looking to end it all right here, right now. Here comes the Anivia back from the dead. His God is very low. Is Healy getting low as well? The HP bars slowly going to be dwindling now. It's Christian looking for the end on the Nexus. Nova going to be extremely low, and Nova falls too short. Undercover Pixie going to be going down as well. And Monroe take home game number 4.
And incredibly well played from Monroe, once again taking advantage of the chaos in that mid lane to focus elsewhere on the map realistically, getting this Jinx as fed as possible, getting Christian the space that they need, and a great victory from Monroe just all across the map to take down the last game of the day. Fun fact, that was the first game that blue side won all day. Red side won the first 3 games, but Monroe keep their perfect record.
You know, can't help but feel here, Adam. Look, we had a bit of a rocky start here, and I think a majority of it was, again, not having the smite there for the side of Xavier's squad. I gotta tell you, he still played insane. Mr. Rupity gank in mid, 4 kills. I see Faith is even surprised. I think it was planned, Faith. I gotta tell you.
Dude, I don't know. That's such a mistake. Like okay. It's actually a very common one, especially when you're nervous, you're getting ready, you're like focusing like what's my level 1 plan, what's my route, how am I going to play around my lanes, where to be a strong side, where a weak side, or whatever. You sometimes forget about the most simple, fundamental things, which is smite. For the audience out there, a player on Xavier, Mr. Uppity Charlie, he actually took the wrong summoner spell. This summoner spell called smite basically almost disables him from playing the game. Like, it's like going to play hockey without a stick.
Without skates.
Without skates.
Without skates, yes.
Yeah, you can still hit the ball, but like you can't move. You can't level up. You can't make your character. Well, okay, you can, but it's probably like reduced by like 80% or something. It's bad. So kudos to Charlie for going 5-0 without smite as a jungler. That was super impressive. I mean, Xavier's heart really quite good. Yeah.
And I think a lot of how the game sort of developed from there, it was just based off of that in a lot of ways. I thought that for a second, maybe they just send the Warwick top lane to maybe just continue farming it out, make it a 2v1 lane, just try and push forward that advantage. But at the end of the day, we still saw a really good performance out of Dino Nugget in that mid lane. The Yasuo is really exciting. And honestly, I appreciated that performance in the mid lane quite a bit. And to see Mr. Uppity just say, you know what? I don't have smite. You know what? I'm just going to gank. I'm just going to keep fighting mid lane. I'm going to win eventually. It worked. It worked for a bit until we saw the Jinx come through. And once again, sometimes the meta does prevail.
Absolutely. Just to kind of touch back up on what we had the pleasure of walking through today, we did have the first 3 games earlier on in the night. Team Blaze with the victory over the side of Frost. Monroe with the dub over Sora, and Old Faithful being rewarded for staying tried and true over Team Pride. And now, as Adam had mentioned, Team Monroe, first blue side victory of the night.
And we just got to see all the highlights from today. Honestly, just a day full of great games overall. I think that we got to see some really impressive performances from a lot of these members here, just being able to showcase what they've learned. And at the same time, we have to remember that these are incredibly young players here who have so much to learn and grow with. And the program that Ekuso has been able to provide is just being able to provide that opportunity to them. And I guess Faith can speak a little bit more to that as well.
Yeah. I gotta. Yeah, go ahead, Faith. I gotta be honest. I'm just impressed here with with all the players and how strong they are mentally. So I'd like to hear from you, man. I don't know how you accomplished it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really know either. I don't think anyone in the esports space has really figured it out. So we're trying to be the ones that figure it out. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like, yeah, we're playing a video game. Yeah, we're calling ourselves esports. Yeah, we are playing a game called League of Legends, right? I think ultimately, though, our main objective, our mission statement is to serve and inspire a new generation using video games. So it's just, I think, a vehicle or a tool that we can really inspire kids and like give them a vehicle to be more than they were the day previously. That's basically, I mean, really, when I think about my past, I was like struggling in life. I had no direction. I didn't really know what to do. And esports video games, like, can you believe it? The thing that people say, oh, you just do that in your basement, bro. It's like, that is what pulled me out. Like, I just had a parent talk with one of our schools, and I showed a video of me at age 19. I'm like shrunked up, like a little thing. And I was doing a college presentation, and I was like super, I don't know. I was just like as nervous as you could possibly imagine anyone being. And then now I'm just like apparently on broadcast in front of people. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty manageable now, and I think it's all due to esports. Even small things such as like giving, it's not small actually, even fundamental things like giving students the opportunity to do more than just play. Like, they helped out with the broadcast. They remember those videos at the beginning? They made those. Like, they scripted those, they designed those, they recorded those, they interviewed those. Like, they did everything. They edited, they even made the music. Like, I think giving kids the opportunity to do something like that is not something people usually trust kids to do. And it's something that I think society needs to move forward towards. Otherwise, like, where are we gonna go, right? And so yeah, that's just basically what Ekuso is about. And thank you guys all for being a part of our journey. We're wrapping the stream now, and I'm going on a monologue, but the last thing I want to leave the stream with, well, two things actually. First, thank you to 2NU, thank you to Juke. Let me just read off some names right quick. You know what they do at the Oscars, even though that's not obviously where we are. Juke, Chris, Lazy Seal, Nathan Mike, Nathan Milne. Okay, basically, yeah, thank you guys so much for Broadcast Q. Really, like, it was a sick job today. Like, really well done. Thank you, especially to our casters, Rare Adam, SchneckRL. Please plug your Twitters. I really want to see you guys, like, in ALCS or, like, any, like, huge esports broadcast, because you guys deserve to be there. Like, you guys are super insane. Like, come on, type in the chat, please. Like, praise these guys, because they really do deserve it. Please follow them on Twitter. I'm going to get all the students. We have a couple more classes for the rest of this semester. I am going to hound them to follow you guys, because you guys really do deserve it. So,
Is that a promise?
Yeah, that's going to happen. Oh, I keep forgetting the stupid giveaway. If you're still watching, remember there's a giveaway. Basically, oh, the hoodie's over there. 1 second. We're giving away these sweet hoodies. Really nice, high quality. They cost us $7 to make, so they're quite expensive. Where's the logo? Yeah, and we're giving them away for free. We're giving at least 2. All you have to do is like, take a picture of yourself watching the stream, your family, because I know there are a lot of families watching, and post it on Instagram. Tag us at @EkusoGG, so I'll type that there. And you're automatically entered for the raffle. By the way, each additional person in the picture will count for an additional raffle. So if you have a huge group, you know, really good odds. And if you forgot to post, if you see this later on, if you see the recording or whatever, just tag us again. We have jerseys to give as well. Still figuring out how to give away stuff. But yeah, like, appreciate it. I know, okay, wrap up, one last thing. Thank you to all the students for participating. Thank you for all the schools for taking a chance on us, because, well, about 2 years ago, I literally just cold called schools and said, hey, it's pandemic, you guys want to try something new? So yeah, like, thank you guys for taking a risk of us, and yeah, supporting us. Finally, special shout out to John and Elliot. We were literally up for the past couple nights, 5 a.m., putting everything together. It was really cool. Tiring, exhausting, of course, but super rewarding. So thank you guys so much. I think we're winding down the broadcast, so yeah, thank you guys so much for watching.
That note, guys, that is going to conclude it for us today. Again, be sure to sign up for the giveaways, and don't be mad when my next stream on here on Ekuso I have a really fresh jersey on, and you're mad because you didn't sign up in time. That's how it's going to go. But on that note, guys, that is it for us today. Thank you everyone for watching, playing, and keep on carrying on. See you guys next time.
See you guys.
When I was younger, I had a lot of trouble making friends. I have ADHD, and so I was really lonely. And so what I did is I turned to my computer and did what every lonely kid does. Get online, start gaming. A lot of people do it mainly just for the fun of it, or just a distraction, or maybe ranking up. But for me, when I'm gaming, I'm at my most peaceful, and I'm just immensely calm. It helped me make friends, learn how to socialize better, and it just bolstered up my confidence in general. Watching kind of your protagonist overcome challenges, and it made me feel I could overcome my challenges. Now I hope I can make other people feel the same.
Bullying took away some of my happiness and confidence I had in doing several things. One thing esports has given me back is confidence and also a new purpose.
Very passionate individual. Well, you have a very good leader in Ryan King, and it looks like it's that leadership that has that core fundamental for their team.
The purpose esports has given me is bringing people together and forging bonds with each other.
What I got most out of esports was the ability to work better with a team. I was the youngest player and my teammates had no idea. I was afraid if they found out that they wouldn't take me as seriously because I was younger than them.
He's burning down though, and No Name puts himself on the board.
But it gave me a boost of encouragement when I won the first tournament. When I won, I realized it wasn't about my age. It was about my strategy and my ability to think ahead.
For me, one of my biggest struggles has been social anxiety, which for me, and probably most cases of people, is not being able to talk to anyone. Esports has been like an exposure to my fears of talking to other people, and this exposure to my fear, I think, has really helped me get over it.
Wow, Froggy Bunwich, are you kidding me? That damage was absolutely bonkers.
The harder the battle to victory, the more I appreciate the victory. I guess the main thing I'm trying to prove is just that I can.
When I was younger, I always stood in the background, being the emotional and physical support. I never truly felt like I had to step out of the shadows of my peers. Video games had been my only way of showing off my talents and even rise to the same level of others. But now, as I stand alongside my teammates, I'm not just seen as a shadow or simply just background noise. I matter, I'm needed, and I'm here to win.
My name is Tori, but on the Rift I go by Mind Boots. I was marked with names like Freak, Loser, and Idiot, and oddly enough, those are the ones I remember the most because those are the ones that left the biggest mark. That's why I'm on the Rift, to add new marks, ones with progress and strength, instead of sulk and suffering.
In my experience, the biggest struggle I've had is anxiety. It's really easy to focus on the negative. But in our last tournament, I found myself in a leadership position, and we kept winning, and we made it into the finals. Now, I find myself surrounded by teammates with incredible potential, and I'm amazed to find myself to be one of them.